Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, councillors, members of the gallery, and members of the community viewing in on live stream. I'd like to take the opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the Darumble people, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging. Councillors, will go straight to Father Matthew from the Sacred Heart Parish today, who's going to deliver the prayer for us. Thank you, Father Matthew.
Thank you. Good to be here. Welcome and Happy New Year for 2021. Hope there's many blessings for us all. Healing for our community and for our world, and as we gather here today, to guide yourselves and allow God to just give us a bit of peace and presence for us today. So just going to do a little opening prayer, very short scripture, and then together we'll pray in the form that we've got there. Almighty ever-living God, who govern all things both in heaven and on earth, mercifully hear the pleading of your people and bestow your peace on our times. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. This is an excerpt of this last Sunday's Gospel. It's from the Gospel of John. As John stood with two of his disciples, Jesus passed, and John stared hard at him and said, "Look, there is the Lamb of God." Hearing this, the two disciples followed Jesus. Jesus turned round, saw them following, and said, "What do you want?" They answered, "Rabbi," which means teacher. "Where do you live?" "Come and see," he replied. So they went and saw where he lived and stayed with him the rest of that day. I shared with our people, and I share with you again this morning, that it reminds me of the book that Viktor Frankl wrote, Man's Search for Meaning. It's that question, what do you want? What do you want for our community? What do you want for your families, for your very own selves? What's the deepest desire? And I think that's an extraordinarily complex question in our day, but it's a question which we all ask in different ways and for different people, different communities, and at different times, depending on where we are. So may God continue to guide each of you in your deliberations for our communities. And there are many different communities that you're all aware of. May God continue to guide you to allow you to come and see the communities that you serve and that you're a part of, and also in your own families and your own lives and in your own journeys. And so I just invite you now to the prayer on the longer one there, and together we'll just pray that prayer together, and we ask that God continue to be with you all. And this little thing here, you can keep that as a bookmark or whatever it is, or you can put it at the bottom of the file. But I just offer it to you for something or other that you might like to just take, and there might be a time where we haven't got someone to pray, and you could possibly just use that. And there's a little prayer on both sides, so I just offer you that for yourselves to take home. So gracious God, you are the source of all life. We praise you. You are the source of our rich diversity. We delight in you. With grateful hearts we acknowledge the dedication of all those men and women upon whose efforts we continue to build. May your guiding presence give us courage to face the challenges that lie ahead. Grant us inquiring minds and listening hearts, that we may deepen our understanding of the concerns of your people. Help us to discover new opportunities for leadership and service as we seek to promote your values of love, justice and peace. Hear our prayer, that in the walking the way of your truth, we may leave the imprint of your goodness in our community. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. And the Lord be with you. And so may our loving God bless each one of you as you begin today and as we begin this year. In the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless. It's a great year. Thank you for the invitation, and we'll, with keen interest, we'll continue to watch and be part of the community with you. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The item 6.1, page 5, it was a deputation by Charles Rogers, and it stated on the form Alison Neve. Alison didn't attend. It was only the gentleman who attended on that occasion.
All right.
She came to a previous one, but she wasn't there, and it showed in the minutes that she did attend, so we just need to correct that.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. We'll make that correction. Anything else in relation to the minutes, councillors? All right, so the recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 17th of December 2020 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. I'll just go to the vote on this one. Councillors, all in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Item 5, councillors, any declarations of interest in any matters on the agenda? No? Okay, councillor. You need your microphone on too, councillor.
It was one of Nigel Hutton's, deposit for foreshore use.
Okay, what's the
I'm on a committee that council sponsor.
which committee is that, councillor?
The Village Festival.
So you're on the Village Festival Committee?
Yep.
Okay. And you're declaring a...
Well, because of we get sponsorship from council
Right.
in regards to the sponsorship for the committee for the festival. Being on that committee, I think I just need to make a declaration.
Okay. All right, so your intention at the time?
Leave the room.
Right. Council, this is a declarable interest. This is, I can see it. Yeah. It's not prescribed, so you don't have to leave. It will be up to the councillors to determine that at the time.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, councillor.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, in the same vein for item 11.16, the deposit for shore use, as current president of the Yeppoon Lions Club, who are the ultimate owners of the Pinefest Festival. While I'm not on the Pinefest Festival for this forthcoming year, as president of the Lions Club, we have a financial interest in obviously its sustainability and maintaining its
Okay.
capacity.
So you've got a
I'll have a similar interest in that item.
declarable one as well. Okay, thank you, councillor. All right. Item 6, public forums and deputations. We have none today. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. So I'll go to the acting CEO to ask the officers to bring us up to speed on these, please.
Okay, good morning, councillors. Number 1 is the draft Fig Tree Creek Master Plan. The comments are included there. I have a little bit more of an update that the engagement plan is currently in draft. We will update our portfolio councillor in respect to that, and then that engagement plan will also be taken to a briefing session. Item number 2 is the former Catholic Church building. It's currently sitting as a responsible office of the principal property officers. However, Michael may wish to add to this. At the moment, community facilities are looking at preparing a report regarding the cost of that facility to upgrade.
Thank you, Dave. I'd just like to add that we'll be bringing a briefing session report back to the next briefing session in February to discuss the costings and the way forward on that project.
Question, Mr Mayor, please, through to the officers. This has been going on for quite a number of months now. It might even run into a year or more. I thought we had done costings on what needed to be done before, because we had a detailed list of what needed to be done. I thought we did the costings with that as well, because then we could decide which option it would be. Have we?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the Mayor. My understanding is that there was some additional costings that needed to be done because to bring the building up to standard, to be able to be rented, there was quite a few additions and changes that needed to be made. So the officers have been working through the different scenarios so that we can bring it back to council. So the original costings just needed to be expanded in the scope, so we understood some of the requirements from the building code and how we could rent it and what the uses could be.
Just a further question through you, Mr Mayor. Will we have that before budget to be part of the deliberations?
Yes, the plan is to bring the briefing session report back to council at the next session I think it's the 3rd of February, and budget discussions start sort of mid-February.
Yes.
So we'll be
in time for the
just
budget?
in time, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. The next one is item number 3, which is the NBN lease at Keppel Sands. No further updates to the comments. Just very briefly in regards to that, an application enclosing a draft trustee lease has been submitted to the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energies for approval. In the interim, we will council and NBN will enter into an access licence and cabling licence to enable the matter to progress. Item number 4 is the proposed trustee lease to the Yeppoon Inlet. One further update to the comments provided is that council officers and the legal advisors will be meeting today to discuss that. A further update will be provided to this at the next business outstanding.
Item number 5, Long Beach access. We spoke about this with councillors prior to Christmas, and officers will be working with our corporate communications team to develop up further community engagement sessions so that we can further tease out some of the solutions. There are a number of community engagement activities to be undertaken in the next few months, so our corporate communications team is just prioritising those at this time. Number 6, which is the bike racks in the Shire. So that's one of the projects which we need to go to the community and ask for their input. We've had an initial meeting with corporate communications in December, and there's a meeting tomorrow which will give us the next steps in going out and timeframes and what the messaging will be. The RV parking, number 7, that has been released to the community prior to Christmas. So we're expecting survey results at the end of February, and then we'll bring the results back to council in March for review, and then finalise that project, and that'll be just in time for any budget deliberations as well.
Item number 8, notice of motion, Councillor May, the installation of boundary signs. This was part of the discussion paper presented to the briefing session on the 11th of January 2021. A expression of interest has gone out to do some costings in regards to those signs. Once that information gets back, we will include that in regards to a briefing report. The next one is also item number 9. Happy to say that a meeting has taken place in regards to the GOAT committee meeting. That is progressing well. At the moment we are doing a pest management plan, and we're also working with key stakeholders of interest to provide a little bit more detail on the history. So hopefully by the end of this process we'll not only have a clear understanding of eradication culling, but also a little bit more history in regards to the feral goat population.
Item number 10, which is the unsealed roads service levels. The data has been collected and completed, and there's some polishing that needs to be done because we've got quite a lot of data for all of our road network, unsealed road network. The plan is to have that completed late February, and we'll talk to council in March. I'd like to basically make sure that that's done so that we can use that data as part of our budget deliberations. It's a critical part of our operational budget and also our capital renewal budget. So the officers need to make sure that they stick to those timeframes to make the project worthwhile as part of our overall strategy and deliberations.
Item number 11, that is a business outstanding due to the fact that the contract has a 6-month settlement. The contract signed was 23rd of the 10th, so that'll remain outstanding through you, Mr. Mayor, if that's appropriate, till April.
Number 12 is recycled water fees and charges with the Iwasaki Sanyo group. So discussions are continuing. This acting CEO and the mayor have been in negotiations, and prior to Christmas there was an exchange of emails, and we're just waiting for their response to that. I don't know if acting CEO would like to provide any more information on that at this time. No, okay.
Question, Mr. Mayor. I know that who we're dealing with, and they will take their time for sure, but we need to remind them that this is all part and parcel of our budget deliberations, their responses, so that we need to have a response well in advance of budget deliberations.
Thank you. Item 13, which is Capricorn Coast Memorial Parklands. This project has got a number of parts to it. The first part is that we have found some underground water which we are able to use on site. We've tested it, and we do have to reduce the salinity in the underground water, so there's discussion around a reverse osmosis and solar powered system to help us with that polishing of the water. We've spoken to the state government to allow us to extend our current external grant, and that's been successful for an extension of 2 years, which allows us time to complete the work and plan the next stages, which is part of a commissioning plan which our officers will be undertaking. They've started that review, and we're hoping to have a first draft for council input next month. So that will be an important part of the staging and understanding the ultimate development potential for the site.
Just a question, if I may, Mr. Executive Director. The underground aquifer that you've found, is the supply of water sufficient to keep us going for a number of years in itself?
Thank you.
Is it a big aquifer?
Question. I'd have to take that on notice. The officers have indicated that in the longer term we may need to construct a pipeline out to the site and use some of our treated effluent. So I'll take that on notice just to understand the size of it and its capacity into the long term.
Can you just explain a little bit what we're talking about? A liner. The liner for the investigations are already proceeding on the possible lining for an on-site lagoon and to progress the on-site chapel. Just the lagoon bit. What's the lining all about?
There is a small lagoon out there which we were hoping to use to retain stormwater for irrigation. It does leak, so there is an opportunity for us to either line it again with clay to retain the water, or there are some proprietary man-made products that we may be able to use to line the lagoon. So there's further work underway with that, just to understand the opportunities there and then the needs. So it's just one of those things that happens when you build whether it's a farm dam or a earth lagoon.
You have a clay lining as a rule.
Yes. Yeah, so the work that's been done there, it's obviously got a crack through it, a fissure, and the water's escaping.
Yes, because I was thinking of some fabric, not knowing how much clay's there. Because we'd need to know what, I mean, if it's not going to be relevant, a fabric liner, then my next question won't be necessary, because we just needed to know what the life of a liner would be. Like the pools, you know, like some of the pools, depending on how they're treated. Yeah, but okay, you've answered the question, thank you.
So number 14, which is Pacific Heights. As I mentioned last council meeting, we've asked for an additional road safety audit by an external consultant, which is being completed at the moment. We're expecting that in the next week or so, and I'm planning on bringing the full report with all of the updated information back to council at the next council meeting. So we'll unpack each of those. There's an existing road safety audit report. There's some comments back from the 3E committee, and then there's an additional external consultants report and peer review. So we'll have a lot of information and data to present to council and discuss in the next month. Number 15, which is Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues. So 15? Sorry? Yeah, okay. Number 15, we have spoken to council previously about the Adelaide Street parking issues and concept plan. So the next step in that process is to undertake community engagement. As I mentioned, there's about 4 different projects which are going out to the community for comments on, and in the next day or two there's going to be that meeting with our internal corporate communication team, and then they'll decide how to present the information and then roll it out, because we don't want to flood the community with lots and lots of information at once. So they'll stage it over the next few weeks.
Thank you. Item number 16, which is the question on notice from Councillor Friend. Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd request this one be taken off due to budget deliberations on the environmental levies.
And you're happy with that?
Yes, I am, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 17, which was the notice of motion, Councillor Hutton, Great Keppel Island. As you may recall, the 11th of January, a briefing report was tabled, and a priority list has now been sent up to state government in regards to that report. So again, request that one be taken off, or would you like that to continue once we get feedback back from the state?
Councillors, I'm suggesting we leave that on at this point in time.
Thank you. Item number 18, which is the Councillor Hutton's notice of motion, 25 years of friendship. The officers are requesting a bit more of a follow-up discussion with Councillor Hutton in regards to that one. Item number 19, which is the Councillor Hutton's neighbourhood pride entry signage. A report was conducted at the briefing session on the 11th of January. However, further work will need to be done in regards to, once we get a quote back for what those signs look like, what the maintenance cost will be to do the, let's call it the landscaping and maintenance around those signs. So that is a work in progress.
Number 20, which is cottonwood trees and the pedestrian crossing treatment. So council officers spoke to council last week in a briefing session, and we had a number of different options, and officers are now developing up a concept plan and estimate for deliberations in the upcoming budget. So the solution at this stage is to install a pedestrian refuge island and have a staged crossing for the pedestrian safety. Number 21, which is the recyclables contract. So the due to the MRF, the Material Recovery Facility fire late last year, we had to quickly change track, and we've signed off on an interim agreement along with other councils in the region. So that recyclable processing is continuing, which is fantastic for our community, and we'll wait until the outcome of the fire and the contractor's insurance and their long-term plan until we look to sign off on a long-term agreement. Number 22, which is easements in Zilsey, Sorrento Way, Zilsey. So we've been discussing with the landowners, and we've put an offer to them, and they're seeking legal advice and just reviewing our offer. We've asked if they can come back to us at the end of January, so we're hoping that we can come to an agreement on that sooner rather than later.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, is it just the quantum of the discussion that we're having, or is it not the actual access? It was just the monetary side of it that they were arguing, was it?
Through the Mayor, I'm not sure of the exact details around the negotiation, but and I wouldn't want to speculate. Usually these things are based around the compensation value and maybe some discussions around the area that we might be requiring. But I'm not privy to the negotiations. I can take that on notice.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
So item 23, which is our bin trial in Park Street. So as the notes suggest, we had some antisocial behaviour over Christmas, which was unfortunate for the trial. Officers are committed, though, to continue the trial to the end of the month, which is next week, which coincides with school starting again. And once the trial's completed, we'll bring a report back in February with the outcome for council consideration.
Mr Mayor, just a thought, if there's a repeat of that destruction, then could we consider a camera in that site temporarily? Because obviously someone's not just going to stop there.
No, it's, that's something the officers can consider in their report to us councillors, but I'll just preempt. I mean, as Councillor Eastwood has just mentioned, it's a very expensive option, but we'll consider it. Yes,
I mean, it's expensive to have to replace things all the time as well. And if it's a one-off, and we could accept that, I suppose. But if it's a repeat, we really need to find out who's behind it all.
Well, without preempting any discussion at that meeting, I'm sure the officers will bring that information.
Have a think about that. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'd just like to point out that I personally am absolutely appalled by the calibre of people that think that's funny to throw these bins into the creek and to really not try to help the environment at all. Moving forward, I'd hate to throw good money after something that's going to be continual. People vandalising, continuing to throw their rubbish into the creek, and I'm happy for this trial to end in January 21 and to come back to the table in the future to discuss alternatives that we can look at, and I'll be discussing this through my portfolio officers as well. So I'm quite content to finish the trial. We had to try something, and I'm sure a lot of people did do the right thing, but unfortunately there was a higher percentage of others that didn't. So we'll have to look at alternatives for the future. Thank you.
Okay. Item 24, which is traffic management issues at Bangalee Beach. Officers have been continuing to review different options and scenarios, and we're planning on bringing back a briefing session report in February, which is, I think it's the 3rd of February. So we'll be able to unpack each of the issues and provide options for council to consider.
Item number 25. We have received the draft lease from the Public Safety Business Agency's legal representative. We're currently going through that just to review the lease, and then once that's been reviewed, the lease as per the resolution will be offered to the Cunnawarra Rural Fire Brigade. Item number 26 is the potential sale of land of Lot 19. That sale did settle on the 4th of December, so with your permission, Mr Mayor, I request that one be taken off. Item number 27, I would request some further direction from the table. It's the advocacy for Livingstone. Council adopted the advocacy for Livingstone policy on the 27th of 10/2020. So are we wishing updates of how that is progressing, or do we classify this as now closed and a briefing report to be provided down the track of how that actually advocacy is going?
Councillors, views on that, please? About its... Oh, well, it was a... Well, I'll go to Councillor Hutton on that one. It was his policy.
Oh, well, ultimately, it was adopted by 6 out of the 7 councillors, so it's not surprising that the 7th councillor may wish to revise or revisit it. It has been adopted. It's being implemented by officers in terms of the operational processes that are being used to help us best prepare for when we're dealing with both our state and federal counterparts, looking at both budget cycles as well as election cycles. I don't believe that it needs to continue to remain on the business outstanding table. More that it may be worthwhile us as a council table reflecting in 2 years' time to see how it's working with the structures we've put in place. Are they the right ones? Are they not getting us the outcomes? In which case we may need to look at different processes to support our best capacity to get outcomes for our community through engagement with state and federal, both with council but also community and our partners in local government through Siki Rock.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I concur. Is any different view around the table, councillors? All right, happy for it to come on.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Item number 28, notice of motion, Councillor Hutton, for the 100,000 trees. A briefing report, council briefing session will be tabled on the 2nd of March 2021 to discuss this. Item number 29, which is the significant tree registers. And again, we are currently looking into that. A report will be coming to a briefing session in regards to how do we progress that going forward. So there's still a bit of work in progress for that one. Item number 30. Item number 30 is the notice of motion, Councillor Hutton, 142 trees. Information is continuing to be gathered and provided a briefing session to be reported to Council on the 2nd of March 2021. And there's a lot of work to be done with those notice of motions. Item number 31, this is a combined office effort between our economy and places and our open spaces and our nursery. A review will need to be done in regards to where our species of fruit trees, etc., will grow in the area. What's the maintenance to keep those, and of course, what's the secondary effects of introducing fruit trees into this. So there's a lot of work being currently done on that, and that will go to a briefing session in early 2021. Item number 32, which is a notice motion of Councillor Hutton Residential Housing Market. Again, we are scheduled to present a report in the first quarter of 2021. And as you've probably seen, there is a workshop that's being conducted in regards to our housing demands going in the future. Item number 33, notice of motion, Councillor Hutton and recreational fishing in Livingstone. A report is being prepared, and that will be tabled at the February 2021 briefing session. Item number 34, which is the notice of motion from Councillor Friend in regards to the launching of vessels. There is significant work in regards to a review, whether it be a minor review or a major review of local laws. Currently, we are modifying the wording to ensure we encapsulate the correct term of vessel as per legislation, and then incorporates everything that's technically navigable on an ocean surface or a surface. We'll modify wording. Once that modified wording gets done, it then gets tabled at council to agree with that wording, and then of course to also agree to go out to community consultation, which is a requirement when we review local laws. Once that's been done, it's got to be open for 14 days, and then all those findings get sent back to the council table for review. If there's no change, it then gets actually sent up to state for state to make sure there's no concerns with them, and then it gets back to the council for approval, and then of course it gets gazetted. So there is a long process in regards to that. So we are currently reviewing local laws in general, and that'll be the same process that's being done. So I'm guessing the direction from the table, whether we incorporate this into that one, the timing's not going to be that dissimilar, or we continue to kick on, for want of a better word, with the vessel local law.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would likely to continue on, even though the timing may not be dissimilar. I certainly think that the process has started and it must continue. Thank you.
Just a question to the officer. Is there any possibility that, and I don't know whether we discussed this previously, but whether there may be some sort of amnesty towards people that might be using vessels that don't comply?
Oh, it's more about the vehicle access to the beach to launch that vehicle. The officers will take every case on its merit. We've got to appreciate that people still are using the beach for other purposes about launching a vessel. So the cases will be done on merit until the local law is in place. So that's the process, unless there's a direction from the table otherwise.
Thank you.
Are you happy to keep it, Councillor Friend? You're proposing to let the process continue?
Yes.
Certainly.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
So item 35, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend regarding handrails in disabled amenities. The council officers have been investigating and reviewing our facilities and the standards, and will be presenting a briefing session report in February.
Number 36, I think, Mr. Bacon, or I can comment on that one if you wish. It's about the electronic signatures. Notice of motion made, Mayor Island requests written support for councillors approving electronic signatures. Researching other council electronic signature policy with one template copy received. Officers that continue to comply with the draft policy.
And I can add to that, councillors, that no other council does have a policy on this, and I've currently tied myself in 3 knots coming up with one. Hopefully I can unravel myself in time for a briefing session in the near future.
Item number 37, a council report will be presented today in regards to the amendment of the planning scheme. Item number 38, which is the options for tenancies of the Centre of Excellence Disaster Management Innovation Community Resilience, known as the HUB. So work has been done by our community assets, community facilities team, and they are compiling the requirements or the requests from a possible tender in that place. And then as soon as we have that, we will have to do a business case to ensure that we can comply with what they're requesting, and that'll be information will be updated when we get that through. And nothing else down on that?
Item 39, which is management of public marine facilities. And officers have engaged a legal team just to review the indemnity offered by the state government. We're expecting that legal advice so we can come back to council in March. There's also interesting that there's some other legal cases going on in the state and discussions between LGAQ and the state regarding indemnity on state-controlled roads. So that there's quite a lot of information that we need to work through on a couple of our infrastructure networks. So it'll be interesting to have a chat about that in March and discuss that. Item number 40, which is footings and ramp for sailability in Causeway Lake. So officers are discussing the best approach. We're doing up some concepts and some estimates in time for the budget deliberations in February.
Will this take into account the damage that had occurred recently?
I'm not aware of the damage that occurred recently, sorry.
Through the chair, Councillor Mather, nothing was specifically damaged. There was theft of the carpet that they use for the actual ramp, and they had quite a bit of that left. It was ideal for their purposes, and so it was stolen from their premises. What you may be referring to is in heavy rain, the actual water gets underneath that carpet and causes rivets and can be quite dangerous to those trying to access the sailability vessels. So, but other than that, it was the theft of the carpet.
Just a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the officer. Is there something that we can do that's not going to cost an arm and a leg that can actually make it safer for when the tide does come in, even if we've got some remnant there, and there is some risk attached to it. Is there something we can do that would suffice?
Thank you for the question. Through the Mayor, we'll have to consider all the different textures and scenarios. That whenever we build a ramp, it's going to be in concrete, so that's going to be robust. And then we just need to take into account slip resistance and any other materials that we place on top. There's different techniques. If we need to pin something down, that can be done. But in understanding the concept and the solutions, we'll work with the users and make sure that we have something that's fit for purpose for budget deliberations.
And safe, because this is an all abilities. We've got to keep that in mind. It's all abilities, so it's not as if they have the same ability that we have. Thank you.
Item number 41 is the potential sale of 18 School Street, Mount Chalmers. Currently, the contract is being reviewed by our legal representative before being signed off by the CEO. And the last item, number 42. Sorry.
It's on that one. I think the presence of item 42 is a mistake in that at the council meeting of December that we confirmed the minutes of this evening or this morning, the item was laid on the table because I had some concerns around the wording of it, but it's come onto the business outstanding table as if it's been an approved motion of the table.
It should be in the table of outstanding business, but for a separate reason, for the reason that it's coming to a briefing session for consideration. So it was the resolution of council when I look at those minutes. Yeah.
Question, if I could, to you, Mr. Chair. I'm encouraged to see it on there, but I just like some clarification around. At this point, there has been contact with Ergon. But is there an indication of the, on the basis that it was laid on the table, for a period of time until it would come back to a future meeting, and normally they are attached with a time frame, would that be able to be included in there so there's some way to measure when it's anticipated that it's, whether it be a month or 2 months or whatever the case may be, but that there is an action to come, and that is that it will be returning to a briefing session on 10th of Feb or whatever the case may be.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is planned to go to the February briefing session. We're just waiting for a couple of our planners to be back, and then I was waiting for the meeting that was held on the 12th of January in regards to Ergon to also add that into the briefing report. So it's planned to go to the February briefing session.
No, I appreciate that. It's good to know that. I guess, could we have that displayed in the comments so that those of us that are interested or the public's interested could at least follow where that's at? Thank you.
All right, any other issues in relation to business outstanding, councillors? Okay, so 7.1, we have a recommendation that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. In the absence of further discussion, I'll go straight to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We have no petitions for item 8 that I'm aware of. So we'll go to item 9.1. First up, the Community Voice Panel, Healthy and Inclusive. This is the Community Voice Panel of Councillor Eastwood. Would you like to speak to this one, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would love to. Yes, we had our first Community Voice Panel meeting for Healthy Inclusive Communities on the 14th of December, and we had a very...
Sorry, Councillor, to interrupt you. I beg your pardon. I probably need to follow due process. I'll get a mover in a second, the first one, then go to debate on this one. So, Councillor East, would you like to move this one?
I would love to, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Bello, thank you. Sorry, Councillor.
Start again. Yeah. Yeah, look, on the 14th of December, we had our first Community Voice Panel for Healthy and Inclusive Communities, and it was attended by 10 ladies and myself, nine persons and myself, and it was just a fantastic time of deliberation and looking into my portfolio, or this portfolio, and we discussed a number of topics, including, and I'll just number some of the things that we spoke about at length. Keeping disabled groups connected and inclusive, and you can actually follow this on the report too, guys. Encouraging the interaction with youth and elderly recreation. Identifying housing, mental health and crime in the community. COVID-19 impacts within the community. Importance of children experiencing nature and the impacts and improvements in the future. And we actually had quite a bit of discussion on that. Identifying and encouraging recreational opportunities within the community. Walking, cycling, bushwalking, and amongst others. We actually started off an action register for us to get our tasks done, and we've put a future meeting down to the February the 15th, 2021. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. So we're in debate, Councillor. Are there any questions or comments in relation to this report? Councillor Mather?
Just one. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Through you to Councillor Eastwood. These matters here, are they going to be followed up with further investigations or reports?
Further discussion at this stage.
Discussion to see where you go. Yes. All right. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Right. Any other comments or questions, councillors? Okay, so we have a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Bellow. In the absence of any further debate, I'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. The second, 9.2, is Community Voice Panel Report for Water, Waste Management and the Environment. And this is Councillor Friend's portfolio and Community Voice Panel. So, Councillor Friend, are there any questions, first of all, in council on this one? Not debate, just questions. Okay. So, Councillor Friend, I'm assuming you'd like to move this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, I'm happy to second. And Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to your report?
Certainly. It was so exciting to have my Community Voice Panel team assembled here at the Council Chambers on the 11th of December, and included 9 panel members and myself. In our next meeting, we have gained a new panel member, so we're thrilled to welcome that person. So we started the meeting with introductions, experience, and what they can bring to the table. We then discussed the terms of reference, which was very important to do so with the members. Our topics of discussion ranged from the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy and the community consultation involving that, the 2030 Carbon Strategy, Resource Recovery Facility that is going to be happening in the very near future, Local Authority Waste Management Advisory Committee. We talked about how to move around the council website. We talked about other websites too, Ecosia tree planting website and the Too Lovely to Litter campaign. At this stage, these are all ideas that came to the table. We talked about signage at the Yeppoon landfill and how it can be improved, and we also bins along the foreshore. We talked about not-for-profit fees at the landfill, and we also discussed the United Nations 17 sustainability goals. We generally talked about waste management and what's happening in that particular sector, and it has been brought up that my members would like to obtain further information from state and federal governments in relation to grants and funding opportunities. We talked about biosolids and upcycling and also an upcycling village, waste management on roadsides, such as pop-up cleanups, and to perhaps eventually notify the schools and have them involved. And that would be a wonderful education tool as well. We discussed tree removal around the new developments and how this can be changed, and noted were recent notices of motion by my fellow councillors. We also discussed development on Great Keppel Island and in relation to my portfolio. So overall, it was a successful meeting. Our next meeting is on the 5th of March, and my members are so excited to come back and follow through with what we've already discussed. And we discussed long-term and short-term planning, and so eventually we'll be able to move some of these topics into short-term goals and long-term goals. So, yep, very much looking forward to it. It was very successful. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any comments or issues, councillors, to put to Councillor Friend? Councillor Mather.
Just to observe, Mr Mayor, congratulations. There's a lot of topics here, a lot of work to be done, and a lot of good ideas, and a lot of time spent, obviously, discussing them. Thank you.
May I thank you very much, and I will take that back to my members, because as a chair, my job is to make sure that everyone has their say and feel valued. These are their ideas, and this is their community voice panel. So, so moving forward, I'm looking forward to hearing more suggestions from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Right, councillors, in the absence of further questions or debate, I'll go to the vote on this one. So you've got a mover and Councillor Friend, a seconder and yours truly, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Lynch, now you've got a mover and a seconder. Would you like to speak to your report?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you very much. So my first community voice panel was held on Friday the 20th of November, and I just would really like to acknowledge the panel that came along, because they were certainly very, very busy and very busy business owners. So on part of the panel was Anthony Lumsney from the Beachside Caravan Park, Andrea Stokey, she owns Oceans, Lisa Lillybow, who has the Sail Inn and the servo on in Lammermoor there. We've got Leanne Smith, which everyone knows, who's very involved in arts within our community. Laura Rumble from Pumpkin Island. We have Ross O'Reilly, which we all know. Murray McLeay, which was unavailable for the day, so hopefully he'll make it to the next meeting, and Jan Boyd. So we had a really wonderful united team here, and we had lots of discussions, and it was just a really, really, really wonderful meeting that we had. So obviously the meeting started with talking over the terms of our reference. Members were provided with an overview of the 2050 Community Plan, Corporate Plan, Arts and Cultural Strategic Plan 2022, and the Capricorn Coast Events Strategy 2025. Topics that were discussed were around Capricorn Enterprise and tourism promotion, and look, there was a theme around the table that obviously tourism has certainly had a massive boost with COVID, and the feeling around the table is that this momentum will probably last a couple of years, which is really great for tourism operators, so which is very, very exciting. We spoke about the bicycle and pathways for the bicycles and cycleways, and we would love to see a cycle map done up for the Shire. So if people are visiting the area, staying at a motel, they could be handed a little map and go, off you go for a ride around town, which I think would be wonderful. We had very big discussions around the council name change. This is something we identified. We have an identity crisis in our Shire. There was lots of discussion around having the name change. We spoke about having a single regional event calendar, which we think will incorporate in the whole Shire. You don't have to be part of really any organisation, but if you have an event coming up, that just should be one whole regional event calendar, which I think would benefit the Shire greatly. We spoke about the Capricorn Coast Food Trail project, spoke about the upcoming galleries in Yapoonani New Park and the benefits from that, spoke about Indigenous connections and Southern Great Barrier Reef and branding. So overall, it was a really, really successful meeting, and I look forward to our next meeting in February.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. We're in debate, councillors. Any questions or comments in relation to this?
Congratulations to Councillor Lynch.
Hang on.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Congratulations, Councillor Lynch. You're obviously off to a good start there with all those quality people in there with all that experience. Just one thing that I think we're all aware of the new mayor is coming on board with Rockhampton on Saturday. At least they'll be, and that might assist the one regional event calendar, because there's always been a bit disjointed because they've had theirs and we've had ours, but there may be more cooperation in the future to get one calendar which suits everybody. Everybody benefits then. Yes. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Just in terms of that, councillor, I think there's a general willingness between both councils these days to work more collaboratively. So I think that single regional event is a real possibility. Right. Thank you, Councillor Lynch, for your report. And in the absence of any further discussion or comments, councillors, I'll go to the vote on this one. Moved Councillor Lynch, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Can everyone hear me okay? Excellent. So, councillors, I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the half year ending 31st of December 2020. Councillors will recall you adopted a revised budget on the 15th of December, so the results at the end of December are being reported against that revised budget. Overall, our operating result is still on a favourable track. User fees and charges are doing exceptionally well this year, being ahead of budget by 12%. That's really related to a couple of key areas that are all reflective of the level of building and development activity they're experiencing in the region at present. So user fees that are well above year-to-date budget are in relation to property searches, development applications, building and plumbing applications and drainage applications, and waste and recycling fees. It's also worthy to note that just in the month of December alone, we processed 199 change of ownerships, which is 92 more than the same month last financial year. So that's going really well. Our operating expenditure is on track as well. We do have $11 million worth of committals. Now, quite often those committals will be multi-year committals as well, so it's not reflective of the all expenditure that's for this year. For contractual reasons, we need to have one purchase order for the entirety of the contract. That will be a multi-year contract. Cash is well above year to date as well. That's a number of components that contribute to that. We received a substantial amount of grant funding at the end of last financial year in advance of projects being executed. There are some projects that, for a variety of reasons, haven't commenced that are attracted to, or that are recipients of those grant funds. So that's, the larger contributions towards cash being an advance over year-to-date budget. Debt is on a track in accordance with the current budget strategy for that. Councillors recall that we have had conversations recently around looking at what that debt strategy will look like and whether it will trigger a different approach in terms of paying out some debt this year. Capital expenditure is below year-to-date expectations, so in order to, we'll be reviewing what those cash flow requirements are in quite a substantial amount of detail. So Michael, Executive Director of Infrastructure Services, has been having quite in-depth conversations with these guys around the likelihood of the projects to be completed this financial year, which will also have a flow-on effect to the grant funding that's attached to that. So whether we'll be receiving those funds according to those milestones this year or next year, those conversations will form part of the next briefing session we expect with the councillors to take you through what those proposed changes will be. Just jumping back to the reports, that's a high-level summary of our financials. I'd also like to point out that developer contributions have already exceeded the Q1 revised budget expectations, so developer contributions are going exceedingly well this year. I mentioned capital expenditure, and then I'm just going to refer to our investment returns. So the RBA did not change their cash rate or target cash rate in December, so it is still really low at 0.1%. Our average Actual interest rate for the period ending December is running at 0.84%, so we're still above the cash rate and what our target is there. And we're still looking at maximising investment opportunities where we can within our current portfolio of cash. In terms of our debt recovery, the total value outstanding is only marginally above the same period last year by about $90,000. So in all other effects, it's pretty much consistent in terms of the same position last financial year. We have had an increase in the value of assessments that are under debt management, and we can see that there is a spike in the proposals to pay, and that's a really promising outcome that ratepayers are taking up council's options in having their debts managed. And the value of the debts outstanding are consistent with 2 years ago, 2018-19. We're jumping over to sundry trade debtors. We have a larger amount that's sitting in 90 days, and that relates to one particular invoice in regards to developer contribution charges. So we'll be following that. We are following that up quite closely with them, and if we'll be obviously going through debt recovery processes if that's unable to be satisfied to be paid. In terms of our total procurement spend, so year to date we've spent 62% of our purchase of materials and services within the CQ and Livingstone area. Since 1st of January 2014, 2/3 of our spend of materials and services alone has been within the Livingstone and Central Queensland Greater area. So councillors, that's the monthly financial report. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Question through you, Mr Mayor. The sundry debtors, there's one that's lagging behind, and that's the developer's contribution. Can you expand on that a little bit, Andrea, please? I mean, what steps are we taking to bring that in if they're behind?
So our normal processes, so we would be sending a number of reminders, statements every month. If they fail to make contact with council or pay that, we will have no other option but to pursue debt recovery through our external debt recovery agent.
And the figure that we're looking at?
For that particular one, it's about 534,000.
All contributes to our... Yep. Thank you. I just need a bit of clarification. On page 36, I just need to understand it. The key strategic financial indicators, trend analysis. We've got chart A and chart B, operating revenue, and B, operating expenditure. The way I read it, and I might be wrong, that we're spending more than what we're earning. Is that right? Because there's no lines that actually indicate what those next months are.
Yeah, so I'll explain both graphs to you. So the blue column in each of the graphs are reflective of the year-to-date actual. The line and the white shaded area in the background is the year-to-date budget, so the cumulative budget over the year. So that's the comparison visually. The difference with the operating expenditure is the red component of that stacked chart. It reflects the committals.
Yes.
Yep. So what you would generally see is the committals would be in advance of it, maybe 2 months spend. So if you draw the line across, it sort of goes somewhere in between the January and February shade or white area, or the line, if you just sort of go across the page with that. So there is a legend at the bottom of each of the graphs too, which explain the
What
various
they are.
colours.
Yes. Now, it just appeared to me, just looking in a simplistic form, that if we're looking at the committals, if they continued, we are spending more than what we've got in.
We do have to place purchase orders in advance of receiving materials and services. So some of our products have a lead time that's required. As I mentioned when I was talking about operating expenditure, some of our items are also reflective of multi-year contracts. So we will raise one purchase order, and the total value of that is reflected in here. And that's a system limitation that we're currently trying to work through in how we can get the phasing of the committals reflective of the period that we'll likely receive those goods and services. That's the value of all our operating purchase order committals at present.
Yes, I know everything's based on timing. Everything.
Correct.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Van. Thanks, Andrea.
I did have just one question, Mr Mayor, in regards to the tenders. We have currently an open tender for recreational, aquatic and foreshore operations. Can you provide just a little bit more detail as to what that tender is for exactly? Like, so is it the Kraken and the car park, or like, I'm just...
The Executive Director may be able to provide further information. However, I can say it's for the lagoon, the Kraken and the car wash, components.
And without necessarily having to provide a copy of the tender, is the tender for one operator to maintain them all, or is there the capacity for it to be broken into parts?
I can potentially answer that if you like, Mr Executive Director. I was speaking to the Manager of Facilities yesterday in relation to this tender. It has the capacity for one person to take on all of those particular enterprises, or alternatively it can be split.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, just an observation. Preparing for new projects and case studies and so forth, and ideas and panel ideas and things like that, and they're all to be taken into consideration. But when I look back and look at all the things we have to fix or remove or replace, they're substantial. Can we at some stage get a comprehensive list on all of these things that we're facing? Because we're going to have to match them up with what our wants are and our desires are in this budget. Because I can see that we're going to be contributing a lot of our budget to things that, like the Kraken, that's just an example. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed that we weren't expecting. Leftovers, call them remnants, whatever you want to call them, but they're things that we've acquired that probably haven't been done properly in the first place, and we have to fix them and spend money on them. So if we can have a comprehensive list, or if you want me to put it in writing, I'm happy to do that, probably explain it a little better. But we're going to have to match the money we have with what we already have to do to bring us up to date. And then we can look at all the things that we like. That's how I see it.
All right, well, if I can offer two comments, Councillor Mather, my suggestion would be that that can probably be dealt with in the form of a request to the officers, Mr Acting CEO, and the response can be circulated to all of the councillors. But secondly, in terms of what needs to be fixed, I guess we know what we know at this point, but we don't know what we don't know either, and because some things fail on an ongoing basis, and we aren't necessarily able to predict that. So the list that you're asking for can only really be what we know about at this point in time.
Yes, I totally understand that, and that's the surprise in this job. You never know what you're going to find next. What I'm looking at, we know all these things, but to compile them and put them together, we've got a real picture of what we're facing. That's what I'm saying. The cumulative effect of what we've inherited. Thank you.
And with my comments directed to the Executive Director too, is that I'm sure the facilities team is well aware of most of these things. So I'm assuming the report won't be terribly difficult, Mr Executive Director. Any other questions of the Chief Financial Officer, councillors? All right, so we have the report to us, so I'm happy to move this one. That is that the council receives the report. Seconded, Councillor Mather, thank you. So in the absence of any further comment or discussion, I'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Madam CFO. (10.2) The annual review of council powers to the Chief Executive Officer, and again I'll hand over to the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, as you'd be aware that we're required to review the delegations that are afforded to the Chief Executive Officer on an annual basis. LGAQ utilise the services of King & Company to do a comprehensive review every second year. to review all of the delegations under state laws, which can be delegated down to CEO. So the intent of that delegation of those powers is to ensure operational efficiency of the organisation. As you will be able to see, looking at the attachment to the report, there is quite a number of delegations that are afforded to the CEO, which, if every decision has to be made by the councillors, it would just bring the whole organisation to a grinding halt. Councillors always have the opportunity to amend or rescind delegations, either a one-off or on a continual basis, by resolution as they deem appropriate, so that power resides there. It's also worthy to note that the Chief Executive Officer may also further subdelegate particular powers to various staff within the organisation as considered appropriate. There are, of course, certain delegations and powers that cannot be delegated beyond the CEO, and that's quite clear through this. So with the biannual review of the delegations register through King & Company, it was identified that there were some additional changes that we need to take into consideration for this particular review. As you can see in the body of the report, there are a number of acts that are identified with amended or additional powers. There are some repealed acts and new acts that have also been identified. So this is quite a thorough and comprehensive review. There's been quite a substantial amount of internal consultation in regards to the relevancy of the new acts. For example, some acts were identified that could have had powers delegated to the CEO and further subdelegation, but Council did not undertake those activities and officers did not require any of those delegations to undertake our current operations. I'm happy to take any questions from the councillors on this particular one.
Hang on, Councillor Mather. We're going to go to mover and a seconder before we go to debate and questions on this. So can I get a mover, please, on this one? Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Bello. Thank you. All right, Councillor Mather, question?
Just a general question, Mr Mayor. We're all very conscious that there is delegated authority and that's handed down to subsequent officers by the CEO when necessary. And I think what was already there, we were basically satisfied, well, certainly I was, basically satisfied with what we had. With new legislation coming into play, with new delegations also attached to those, I guess it's a matter of we have to take it on trust, and until such time as we identify something that we don't like, I guess it remains that way. So I guess I'm happy to move it. We've already moved it, sorry. So I'm happy to support it, but the moment we find something that, well, I find something that I did think was fair, I'd be voicing my opinion on that one, Mr Mayor.
I would expect nothing less, Councillor Mather. And look, this goes through a very rigorous process, not only through the LGAQ, but it goes through King & Company, who are local government's appointed lawyers in Queensland. And then it has gone through our executive leadership team as well. So I'm confident in the process. As you say, Councillor Mather, once problems arise to the surface, then that's the time to address them. But at this point in time, I too am comfortable with it and am prepared to support it. So, councillors, any other comments, please, in relation to this report? Okay, then we shall go to the vote in the absence of any further debate, councillors. So we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And Councillor Bello, at this point in time, I might ask you to chair the meeting. I'll have to make a comfort stop, so please excuse me.
Need a mover and a seconder, councillor, in order to move into formal debate, but the presentation of the report or any comments from the officer can come before you do that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. The report spells out the facts, but I'd just like to summarise for the council. Just before Christmas last year, council was notified that there was some illegally dumped asbestos on a vacant block of land in Lammermoor. The property owner, absentee property owner, approached council to request if we could assist with finding the culprits and also assist with the clean-up and disposal of the asbestos. So the report details some of the legal issues and the delegations that the CEO has with respect to waiving fees, and as this asbestos, it's in the order of 50 to 75 cubic metres, so within the budget implications in the report I've assumed 60 cubic metres and a density which is a mix between asbestos and some soil and other building products mixed through. Then the disposal fee at our landfill is $305 per tonne for asbestos, so the calculation indicates that it's estimated to be about $11,000 to dispose this material. We've had that request put to us by the residents that they, or the landowner, that they would like it if council waived the fee. As I said, as officers we're not able to do that. We've put it in the report here for council to discuss. My report recommendation is that we receive the information, and my view is that we should decline the request to waive the fees and look to either enter into a payment plan with the property owner to recover the fees. Thank you.
I've got a procedural motion to suspend standing orders. We'll go to the vote on it. All in favour? Okay, so standing orders have been suspended. So, Councillor Mathy, do you have a question?
With the removal and the disposal, I think I added it up to about $23,000 all told, which is a fairly big hike. And I'm sure we're all very sympathetic. The report indicated that property owners should protect their properties if they're not living on them. And I'd say that we would have so many properties that are unfenced in this Shire. It would be an impossibility to do that. We take our neighbours on trust. We take our Shire on trust. But there's always that person or persons or companies who are trying to shortcut their costs. You see it all the time, and it's hurtful to the people involved. I'd like to think that we could tease it out, and I can understand the officer's recommendation. It's a fair one too. It's a reasonable one. Just wondering if there's anything that we could do to alleviate it a little further, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to hear other members.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Friend, just a moment please. Thank you, Councillor Mather. I think we might go to Councillor Friend on this one because it's her portfolio, and I believe you've got some comments to make anyway, Councillor.
Certainly. Thank you, through the Chair. My understanding is that the owners of this property moving forward will look into fencing the property so that this doesn't happen again. They're most distraught by this and have been distraught for quite a while, and have approached many media outlets. My disappointment with this particular report is that there were not any options or alternatives, that it's all or nothing. Looking at what we've done in the past and setting precedents with people requesting to have their rates discount placed back onto their rates after missing the discount date, and other precedents like that, it would have been good to see what council may have been able to come up with a 75% reduction, a 50% reduction and a 25% reduction to give the council table alternatives. I, for one, understand the amount of waste that is going to have to be placed into our landfill, and I also understand the requirements through the legislation that we have to pay the waste levy to the state government as well. However, on the human factor of these things, it is distressing that someone has dumped this asbestos on a vacant property that the owners were considering in the future to actually build and move back to the area. So I, for one, would like to know, ask the officer why there wasn't any other options or alternatives in this report.
Thank you for the question, councillor. We do have the set fee, which is in the fees and charges, which is around $11,000. There is an option which is to enter into a payment plan. So that was one option that that I considered as an officer. The other alternatives which you've mentioned, a percent reduction, I haven't included that in this report. That can be easily calculated as part of discussions if the table chooses to identify 50% reduction, then that's easily calculated. Wasn't included as part of the report because my view was that it set a precedence if we start discussing variations to the fees and charges as case by cases come through. I've only been in this organisation for 6 months, but I've been told that there have been quite a few cases in the past where people have asked for a similar discount. So and I don't know how many in the future there will be, but it could open a bit of a door to set a precedence for going forward. So my own view was that the fee's the fee, and then there's a opportunity to provide a payment plan.
Through the chair, thank you, Michael. I really appreciate you advising us all of that. You have been doing a marvellous job in the last 6 months, and thank you for that also. However, if it's an all or nothing, and it does go to the vote, and it's a nothing, then, are we going to bring this back to the table again through requests and pressures from the community? Or do we move forward and say, yes, we're going to actually give this wavering of the fee to these people? It is a lot of money for council to actually come up with, and it's a lot of money on the ratepayers as well. But at the same time, these people have been ratepayers for many years, and it is, as I said, extremely distressing for them. So I can see that our acting CEO would like to say something, so after you.
If I may, Mr Chair, just to clarify that it is not an all or nothing. Council officers in their report provide you with their professional recommendation. It's not their job to then sit there and speculate upon the possibly infinite number of alternatives that may exist on an item such as this. If the council laws wish to go against that recommendation, that is their prerogative. They have to pass a resolution which includes the reasons why they've done that. But it's not for council officers to sit there and go beyond their professional opinion and start second guessing or judging. That's for you. Ultimately, you say, why didn't we say 25, 50 or 75? Why didn't we say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 100 as well? So again, it's not for us to be doing that.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, may I just have another chop? On page 123, when we're talking about delegation of powers, we've got a little one there already that is in existence. Council has delegated to the Chief Executive Officer the power to approve the refund or waiver of fees in relation to Council's adopted fees and charges on a case-by-case basis to the value of not more than $5,000 for all fees and charges unless otherwise specified within Council's various refund policies. We recognise this is a little bit more than that. The disposal fee, can I just ask Councillor Friend, seeing she's been the advocate for this one, what she had in mind in relation to concessions, if that was her idea, because we're talking two sets of figures here. One for the removal, which really is the owner's responsibility, and the other one is the actually disposal at the tip.
Thank you, Councillor.
That which is the one where we.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. From my understanding, I believe that the owners have obtained a contractor, and it is not, they're not asking us to pay for the contractor, they're paying for the contractor and for that contractor's services. This is purely in relation to the waiving of the fees at the landfill. And I'm happy to move forward and say at this table and to the public that in this particular case, and yes, we do take it on a case-by-case basis, and this is what this table is all about, as we have done for many, many years. I'd be happy to say that I'm in favour of waiving the fees. However, if the appetite at the table is not aligning with what I would like to happen, then certainly I'd be happy to reduce the fee by half as a token of goodwill on behalf of the table.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor, before I go to Councillor Hutton, I'd just like to make a comment to Councillor Mather in that legislative context section where you highlighted the delegation to the CEO. I don't blame the CEO in this case for not making a decision around this because, one, it's extremely political, but secondly, that delegation would have been made, I would suspect, where the circumstances are particularly clear and concise. This is far from that, and I don't blame him one bit for not making a call on this one, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't expecting him to, and I didn't want him to.
I didn't. I was hoping you didn't, Councillor.
No,
I'm just making the point.
No,
Councillor Hutton.
I knew this was one for the councillors.
Yeah, Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I raise as perhaps a matter of process and seeking that we can provide some guidance here, because it would be very clear that what Councillor Friend is looking for is some guidance or some indication from the table as to regards to their appetite to look at different options. In that scenario, and I would seek the advice of the acting CEO here, is that I believe that in moving forward with this motion so that we can test the will of the table to see whether they accept the officer's recommendation, you can foreshadow a motion that will be an alternate motion which will come forward after the fact. But as to that process, I don't feel I'm in the right position to be able to give you that advice, and would refer to the acting CEO, because I think what you're looking for is some process advice to guide forward, and that may help us move it.
Well, Councillor Hutton, my suggestion was going to be that we deal with this particular motion first once we go into debate with it, and that motion then may well either succeed or be lost, and we can foreshadow a motion during debate if everyone's comfortable with that process. I don't think it really matters when that can happen at any time, Councillor. Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. What I'm saying is that you can go into debate, foreshadow a motion. If the original motion is lost, that foreshadow motion then becomes the motion. That's the process. So, councillors, Councillor Lynch.
Sorry, through the chair to Michael. I'm just wondering, has the Department of Environmental and Science been involved in this? Because they look at a lot of illegal dumping and they investigate where it comes from, how it happened. So what involvement have they had in this?
To my knowledge, I don't think we've involved them. We've used our own local laws officers to do some investigations, and we've worked with some local, the local residents to try and develop a timeline, and we've spoken to some local building contractors, but we haven't. And obviously the residents have spoken to the police, and they're saying that it's a council matter. So to my knowledge, we haven't spoken to the state government.
Yeah, because I think that would be a really good move to contact them and.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm just looking at the manager over there. This wouldn't reach the threshold for their interest, would it? No. So there's things that are delegated down to council to deal with, and it depends on the size and the nature of the incident as to whether or not that department gets involved, which is fair enough. Yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO, a crime has been committed here. Is there any harm in checking to see what the threshold is, to see if there's opportunity? Because they just might... I think we need to, let's face it, our local law officers investigate things on a regular basis. This is a little bit out of their field, and unless you take samples, you really may not know where it's come from. But it can identify if the right people are involved. So is there a chance that we could...
Just have one more question through the chair. What's actually the procedure and policy so when a company removes asbestos from any location, how is it recorded and how is it recorded at the landfill?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. So there's two approaches. If it's less than 10 square metres, then it's considered domestic, and we can accept that at the landfill as long as it's wrapped in plastic. And if it's greater than 10 square metres, it has to be removed by an accredited asbestos company, removal company, which is this case. When it is received at the landfill, then we have to register it, and we have to keep a register forever. We have to identify its location on site where it's been buried, and that has to be maintained forever because we don't want to disturb it in the future. So it becomes our problem basically for until we cap the landfill and close it completely. So I think there's been a comment in the past about why is the fee so high. So there's quite a rigorous administrative process that we have to maintain. I have checked Rockhampton Regional Council's similar fee. It's ours is $305 a tonne. Theirs is $287 a tonne. So it's fairly similar, similar fee for a similar, very same process.
Mr Hutton?
In terms of this fee and charge, can we get some confirmation from officers that this is a cost recovery as opposed to any other sort of...
I'll have to take that on notice. I'll have to go back through the officers and talk to them about their calculations and how they set the fee in the current fees and charges schedule.
Or if it's in the regulatory fees, it should be just cost recovery, Mr Acting CEO. Yep.
Any other examples that you're aware of, Mr Crederman, that the councils have faced this in the past? I'm not going to assume that it's never happened before, but I guess it probably doesn't happen a lot, but it's quite possible it has. Are you aware of any other examples and how other councils have tried to address it? Even in terms of, once we make this decision here today, the potential for it still exists, and is there any strategies that council can initiate, I guess, to make people more aware of it? Because I think it's something that's quite rare, and it really sort of, I guess, it's such an uncommon occurrence that it's hard for us to know really what to do with it. And I guess that's why we're grappling here with it somewhat, but any of your comment would be appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. In my experience, there's been numerous occasions where people have illegally dumped vehicles, just abandoned vehicles, caravans down side streets and on properties. I haven't seen too much asbestos disposal onto private property in my time. Some of the anecdotal discussions that I've had with other officers prior to my time has been around, in our Shire, has been around and quite a large number of tyres and batteries being disposed on private property, which we've had to or private owners have had to remove and had similar issues at landfill. So without doing a full review of each council's approach and view on this. I would just probably say that whatever's listed in their fees and charges would be their approach. Otherwise, they would have other policies and comments in the fees and charges. But I haven't checked each and every council.
I do thank you, though, I guess on the basis that even large rural property owners deal with antisocial behaviour fairly frequently, I suspect, perhaps more so than your urban property owners, and that's something that they'll grapple with constantly, and whether they have surveillance cameras or whether they have more rigorous fencing or whatever the case may be, but they certainly deal with it, I suspect, on a more frequent nature, if there's any comment on that. Otherwise, thank you.
Mr. Acting CEO, I think there have been instances, that's the right word, of illegal dumping of a fairly major scale. I'm thinking down around Zilsey in the past.
Tanby Road, Mr Mayor.
There are probably 3 or 4 areas where there has been dumping over the years, and each time the landowners had to be responsible for cleaning it up and disposing of it. One of the more recent ones was a series of tyres, and I believe there were batteries and oil as well, down in the old nursery, what was the nursery area of the Sea Spray estate on Svensson Road. There's also been things down around Keppel Cove. The responses in the past have been that the landowner's responsible for cleaning up. In some cases, they have attempted to do some fencing. Quite often that fencing just gets cut anyway by people. And in some cases, they've also engaged a caretaker. Now, whether that caretaker's been completely effective or not, because again, they can't be everywhere at all times. But certainly there have been some measures taken by some of the landowners in an attempt to overcome that issue, particularly around the peri-urban area. So it's those fringe areas where, for whatever reason, people seem to think that they have a right to go and dispose of their material on somebody else's land.
Is there much dumping on public land? I remember going out to Rita Mata there years ago, and there's a whole lot of asbestos dumped out there. Are we getting much of that on public council land?
There are a couple of areas which are known hotspots, and we have security cameras that we've been using in those localities. Interestingly enough, we have also lost security cameras from those localities not long after we've issued fines. In one case, the tree was cut down and the camera was up as well. So it's a never-ending game of cat and mouse for some of these people. The logic behind it defies all thinking, particularly the one at Emu Park, where there are instances of people driving past the transfer station to illegally dump green waste, which green waste is probably a better thing to handle than asbestos, but they drew them past the transfer station to dump green waste into an area of public land when they could have disposed of it at the transfer station for free, and they drew them past during opening hours. So the logic there just, it defies any analysis.
Right. Councillors, is there a question, Councillor, or a comment? Sorry, Councillor.
I did have a question, but I'm not sure who to pose it to. It's probably looking for wisdom rather than knowledge. Is dumping on private property an insurable act? So, like, if you've got insurance for your land, are you able to claim it?
Through you, Mr Chair, I can actually answer that. This is a vacant block of land, and rarely vacant block of lands are insured. Only if there's a dwelling on the property or some sort of building on the property are they insured. So most people with vacant blocks of land, before they build, they don't tend to insure a vacant block.
Okay, so the question is, if you have insurance on your vacant block of land, are you able to claim for the cost of people putting stuff on your land? Like, so I can understand the logical reasoning behind a person making a choice either to insure or not insure their land, but I just want to know, if you had insurance, would you be able to claim it?
I can't answer that, councillor, because I'm not an insurance agent, but yes, thank you.
You kind of wonder what you're insuring it for. Is it for slip or is it for somebody that might dump on your place? I guess it's whatever you insure it for, if they want to insure it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I don't really have an answer.
Yeah.
So
Mr Mayor, because this is such a serious question and it has repercussions and it has costs attached to it, can we make provision in a workshop soon so that we can discuss this in full? Because there have been, as the CEO says, that there have been incidents of dumping and more recent incidents of dumping as well. I'm on a hot trail for a couple at the moment.
Okay, well, we can deal with the issue of illegal dumping, particular emphasis on asbestos and toxic materials at a briefing session, Councillor, but we
Yes.
do have to deal with this particular
Yeah, no,
matter
that's,
today.
we don't want to deal with it now, but something that really needs to be nutted out. Yes, thank you.
Right, councillors, I'm going to go to move in a second so we can go into debate on this. Sorry, we're in the resume standing orders. Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. Moved to resume standing orders, Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thanks for reminding me, Mr Acting CEO. All right, so I'm going to go to a mover and a seconder on this one, thank you, so we can get debate started. The recommendation is that we receive the information provided in this report and decline the request to reduce or waive the disposal fee. All right, so we're going to that recommendation first, and then we'll deal with any foreshadowed motions as a part of that debate. Okay. So is there a mover for this particular recommendation, councillors? Councillor Hutton, all right, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, we're now in debate on this one. So are there any comments on this particular? Councillor Friend.
Certainly, thank you, Mr Mayor and colleagues at the table. I'd like us to think about the mum and dad who own this vacant block of land, how distressing this has been for them, how we can reach out as a council to show goodwill to them and to be able to help them by the waiving of fees. It's very important that for everyone to note that this is unusual, as the acting CEO has previously stated. Usually, it's been on commercial land owned by companies and not mum and dads.
Sorry, Councillor Friend, can I just clarify? Are you speaking for or against this?
Against it.
Against it, okay. So
Sorry.
I'll continue, then I'll go to a 4 after you.
Oh, I do apologise. Yes, I am definitely speaking against this resolution, as I'd like us to consider the waiving of fees in this particular case. Thank you.
All right, is anyone speaking in favour of this particular recommendation? Councillor Hutton?
Having moved the motion, I think I should take an opportunity to speak to and explain the thinking that I have behind. So in moving this motion, my acceptance is that it is an unfortunate occurrence to occur. However, in withdrawing the responsibility of the landowner to the occurrences that occur on their land and burdening the community with that same responsibility, when taking it away from perhaps one mum and dad and burdening it to 14,000 or 15,000 or 17,000 rateable properties that each pay a share and each pay rates each year, most of which will be long-term landowners themselves. While I too am disappointed in the occurrence of this behaviour, I don't believe that it's the role of local government, and I don't believe it's the role of councils to take on these individual burdens. Now, should there be a desire amongst members of the community to wish to support these people, the outrage is there if they wish to support these people by supporting them through GoFundMe or some other means where they could provide personal support to these people. I fully engage with that and accept that that's a way that the community can rally around people behind them in need. But I believe that in council setting a precedence in this regard, I believe that in council taking this burden rather than as a personal obligation but one of the community, we're taking ownership of something that is not ours and taking ownership of something that is not for us. We're not seeking a profit, rather that to cover the costs of providing a service that we provide to the community. And whether it's on your property or someone else's property, the minute we start accepting that we will accept the costs of bearing the burden of the acceptance of asbestos with no cost recovery attached to it, I think we're setting a precedence there that to go, well, I could go illegally dump it, know that council's going to pick up the tab for that person where I go dump it on their property, or council could just give it to me for free when I drop up with it. There's a whole series of machinations and follow-ons that have come from the decision we make here today. Is it the best of all processes and the best of all worlds to say, hey, I'm really sorry that this terrible thing happened to you? Of course not. Are there other ways through public support that they can chase it, or could they have had insurance, in which case they may have been able to make it claimable as people who have other materials on site, potentially? If we were talking about other things that had been left on their property, would the costs be as high? Of course not. Like if they had illegal dumping of washing machines or things, it wouldn't have been as high, but it would still be a personal responsibility. It's just in this situation that due to the toxic nature of the material, that it has such a high cost attached to it, and it's a cost that the burden is the health of the community.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, and I apologise as the mover. I should have gone to you first, but I think there's a fair degree of passion around the table around this one. So we've had a speaker against and for. Is there another speaker against? Councillor Eastwood.
In situations like this, I guess I tend to think, what if it happened to me? And I've got a vacant block of land next to me, I've got a little bit of a vacant land on my property, and how would I feel if someone just turned up and dumped, you know, a whole smash of asbestos or whatever on my land? Does my community take some responsibility for it, or doesn't it? You know, and I think sometimes I would think that it's easier for a community to burden 14,000 ratepayers than to burden one ratepayer. Makes a whole lot of difference. And last night I was actually listening to a sermon, and the sermon was on the prodigal son. And the prodigal son. It's a great story. And the guy was saying that, you know, like, everyone that walked past this fellow alone on the road had compassion for him. But it meant nothing, you know. And there's no point in us feeling sorry for this person that's had asbestos dumped on it, because it means nothing. It's only action that means something. And it was a Samaritan that took the guy away and fed him and left him in the inn. And so, you know, this is, for me, it's a time of action, you know, to stand up and say, all right, I'm feeling for this person in my community. As a council, we can do that collaboratively or not. And we can make this person's life better, not at a great cost when it's all levered out. But if we don't, you know, to me, it's a bit hard. Thank you.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against, for the motion? I beg your pardon. Councillor Lynch?
Yes, I'm going to support the officer's recommendation on this one. Look, it isn't nice what happened to these people, and bad things happen to good people. It's really, really unfortunate. My concern is in not supporting the council, in supporting the officers. We do set a precedent within our community, and my fear would be if we were to, you know, waiver the fees or whatever. My concern would be people then would think, oh, it's late at night, I'm going to dump a whole heap of material on someone else's property that no one sees at no other time. We are opening up a big can of worms to allow illegal dumping to continue to happen. We have to set a precedent and go, look, unfortunately this has happened. Council officers are prepared to put them on a payment plan, and whatever that might be, they will work out. And if they need a long time to pay this off, I think that's a fair thing. But I personally can't, and I sympathise with them, I really do. But as you know, we've had a spate of break-ins through our town centre, and not one business owner has come to council and said, can you pay for the damages that has happened to my property? So this is my feeling, is they're going to have to cop the fee on this one.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Is anyone speaking against the motion? Anyone should speak against the motion? Councillor Friend, normally you get one go at speaking in terms of debate. You've had your turn. Quick.
lot in the past. When this happened, I found it quite offensive because this is a crime. And a developer knows about it, truckies know about it, and somebody else knows about it. But nobody's talking. That's why it's so important to have this discussion. I took the time to go up and had a look at the site. I took some photos. It was all covered up with a tarpaulin, I guess you'd say, with some rocks around the edges to keep the tarpaulin down. And I think it was still a risky situation. I did a door knock to the houses that were closest. Spoke to some subbies who were around the other side of the hill. There's a little hill there beside it. Nobody saw anything. I even did my column and dedicated it to this crime, hoping somebody might know somebody and get a guilty conscience and come out and spill the beans. But there's no doubt in my mind, we've got people here who are victims of crime, and it was mentioned that perhaps they could have insured their land. Unlike properties with break-ins and the likes, nobody's taking from them their crimes too, and they're most personal and they're most offensive. But these people are victims of crime, and it's a major crime at major costs. And I'd like to think that this council had some consideration to the impact it's having on them as victims of crime. Like I said, I've not seen one of these before, but I have seen, and I'm following up on a number of others, where they're dumping, but they're digging a hole when we don't see it, and burying it. We know where this came from. We know where this landed. And I think we've missed perhaps the boat where there was another opportunity for another department to come in and do some analysis of the material, because they can identify exactly where it comes from. And I don't know if we've used all of the means at our disposal to identify with the origin of this material. And I'd like to see that happen. And until we use everything at our disposal and use the top investigating officers to find it, then I don't know if we've done our job. I'm not blaming anybody in this council. I'm saying we need to be very mindful. If it was a substantial crime involving a person who's found in the drain, there'd be no stone unturned to analyse every piece of evidence. And I don't know if that's happened here. So I'm quite prepared if the table would be considering a 50% reduction in the costs for disposing of the material at our land site.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Bello, you wish to contribute anything?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My opinion on this, or the position I formed, I would be prepared to potentially change my vote and support the councillors that want to assist, but I'd put a caveat under it, that only that we were prepared for anybody else out there on a rural block of land or an urban block of land, anybody that has suffered the cost of illegal dumping on their property, that we're going to support them as well. Because that's the magnitude and the ramifications of being prepared to change and support a different position what the officers have laid out before us. That is the difficult consequence that we would set in the event of wanting to provide empathy, wanting to provide the Samaritan's heart towards the victim. Absolutely. But there's a lot more victims than just one here. There is a whole shire of potential victims out there of illegal dumping, and many, many have suffered it over a long period of time. But unless we're prepared to extend some sort of financial support to all of those, and maybe we could advertise for the next 6 months, put in your claims of illegal dumping that you think it has cost you, and there'd be people out there on rural blocks of land that have endured an enormous amount of cost. And I don't think that's fair. But on those grounds, I don't believe we'd be prepared to do that. I don't think that would be the sensible and prudent thing to do. So whilst I empathise enormously with these people, I cannot, in good faith, extend a reduction on the basis that I wouldn't do it to the next person, and the next person, and the next person. So therefore, I don't like to say no, but I need to say no to establish those boundaries that would protect the integrity of the broader rate base. That's right.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors.
Mr Mayor, can I just make an observation that if Councillor Bello
No.
was,
Sorry.
if it's a point of order, I'll have to make it, because what he's intending to do is that predicates on a situation that doesn't exist. Because if he's going, I'll do this if I do that, it lacks a finality principle. It doesn't meet the standards of debate.
While I respectfully disagree, Councillor, I'm not really sure where you're coming from on that one. But anyway, well, I'm going to close debate, and we'll, Councillor Hutton? Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, councillors, for the very soulful debate that we've had on this topic, and I think that, you know, we all seek and believe that we live in a community of compassion and a community that looks for fairness and justice. And I think, you know, important words that were reflected were in the officer's report were that we have said the officer's report is fair and to just. But we've also talked about, you know, seeking to be the Samaritan, seeking to that people walk past with great compassion but can still walk past. And I think it's about choice. We make a choice when we pick causes individually, and when we personally have the financial capacity to make a difference to help someone who we feel needs additional support. As a community, we have multiple times shown compassion on a large scale, but when it comes to individuals, it's hard for us to make a choice on behalf of every ratepayer of the Shire to say that they need to show compassion and share in a burden for something that they didn't do or something that they didn't carry. We have a choice individually to provide support to individuals in such circumstances as this, but as a community, when we take a decision as the elected body of 7 councillors, we actually remove the choice from our community, but rather say that you carry this burden because we believe that it shouldn't be a choice, it should be an expectation, that this is how our community responds or deals with this matter. I haven't heard today arguments as to why it shouldn't be a choice, but rather a desire to see that compassion shown by individuals collectively. For those reasons, I would encourage councillors to accept the officer's report.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton and a seconder in Councillor Bello. We're going to go to the vote now, councillors.
I call a division, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to go to a vote with a division. So all in favour of the recommendation, please stand. So that is Councillor Bello, Councillor Ireland, Councillor Hutton and Councillor Lynch. Those against? Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Mather and Councillor Friend. The recommendation has now become a resolution. Right. Thank you.
Just a question,
Beautiful.
Mr Mayor. When the officer writes back to these people, can they tell them of the options too?
Indeed,
Do we
Councillor.
communicate that?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Councillors, we're going to break for morning tea. So can I, before you disappear, I need a vote. Thank you. So just a procedural motion. Break for morning tea. Councillor Mather, can you come back to the table, please? No, it's a procedural motion to break for morning tea. All in favour? Thank you very much.
Because there are 3 different entities, and you have to make the same resolution essentially for each one. So you do the same thing 3 times, you just change out who it's for and where it's for. Other than that, it's essentially the same.
Welcome back to councillors and the people looking in on live stream. So we're considering 10.4, community organisation tenure, noting that we have an alternate recommendation that was presented to us via email yesterday, councillors. So this report's been presented by Christine, and I'll hand over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Morning, table, councillors. This report pertains to the renewal of trustee leases for 3 not-for-profit community organisations over council-controlled land or facilities. In relation to context, there are 3 recommendations being sought. I'll just give you some background. Council manages tenure agreements with significant number of not-for-profit community organisations in order to provide formal access to council-controlled land and/or its facilities. 1 tenure agreement has expired and 2 tenure agreements are due to expire at the end of this month. All 3 not-for-profit community organisations have confirmed they wish to continue to hold tenure agreement with Livingstone Shire Council. The 3 groups are Yeppoon Youth and Recreation Committee Incorporated for a property at 29 Queen Street, Yeppoon. Victory Tennis Club Incorporated for part of the land at Bell Park, Emu Park, and Ogmore Community and Recreation Committee Incorporated for part of Ogmore Bicentennial Park in Ogmore. Previously, Yeppoon Youth and Recreation Committee have entered into tenure agreements with Livingstone since 2009. Victory Tennis Club first entered into a tenure agreement with Rockhampton Regional Council in 2011, and the Ogmore Community and Recreation Committee Incorporated first entered into a tenure agreement with Livingstone Shire Council in 2019. Legislatively, under Section 236, Subclause 1C, Part III of the Local Government Regulation, the exceptions for valuable non-current asset contracts, a local government may dispose of a valuable non-current asset other than by tender or auction if before the disposal of the land or interest in the land, the disposal is for the purpose of renewing the lease of land to an existing tenant of the land. Pursuant to Section 236(2) of the Local Government Regulation, an exception mentioned in that subsection applies to if the local government before the disposal has decided by resolution that the exception may apply on the disposal of that valuable non-current asset. So for this reason, Council, officers are asking Council to resolve with recommendation A that the exception mentioned in the Local Government Regulations, Section 236, Subclause 1C, III, may apply in its dealing with the Yeppoon Recreation Youth Club over reserved for local government at Queen Street, Yeppoon. Also using that same exception, would that be okay to do, Mayor and CEO? Thank you, Acting. To deal with the Victory Tennis Club Incorporation and Ogmore Community and Recreation Committee. Pursuant to that, to Section 236(2) of the Local Government Regulation, to apply that section of the Local Government Regulation over the properties at Queen Street, Yeppoon, respectively, part of the land at Patterson Street, Emu Park, and part of the land at Ogmore, Dempsey Street, Ogmore, and to provide a 1-year trustee lease to each of these community organisations. Any questions?
Thank you, Christine. Before we go into debate, are there any questions, councillors?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Ogmore, I'm not familiar with this at all. Can you just give me a bit of background on that? Because there is no tennis club up there, to my knowledge.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair. Ogmore Community and Recreation Committee have had one previous lease for permitted use to conduct due diligence on opportunities to develop a site called Bicentennial Oval at Ogmore. It's for part of the land at the back of a specific block, and they're hoping to seek funding to develop for the purpose of creating a shed for community use.
That's the park, that's the Bicentennial Park.
Correct.
Yes, and that's the shed that they've been trying to get us to agree to, or gain tenure to erect that for probably a couple of years now.
That's right.
So all we're doing is what?
Renewing
Renewing the lease.
the lease
Mm.
in order for them to continue their due diligence.
Yes.
To
Yes. Yes, I don't know if anybody plays tennis up there, but they certainly need a home, like everybody, other organisation has a home, to put up a shed and have a meeting.
Yes.
While there's still people in the town.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, all right, thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we'll go to debate. It's going to be moved by Councillor Eastwood, thank you, and a seconder, Councillor Lynch, thank you very much. All right, Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
I don't think that I can add more to what the officer said in the report, and I'm just going to read the last paragraph of the conclusion. Through resolution, Council's adoption of the requisite renewal of tenure arrangements for the Yeppoon Youth and Recreational Committees, incorporating the Victory Tennis Club, Ogmore Community and Recreation Committees Incorporated, will continue to enable these non-for-profit community organisations to grow and develop, as well as to continue to provide the Livingstone community with access to a variety of activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All right. Is there any debate on this, councillors? I'm happy to go the for and against path if we wish to. But, all right. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion or against the motion?
For just, it's absolutely vital that we continue to support these non-profit organisations, and happy to support it for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. All right, councillors, I'm going to assume debate is now concluded, and we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Chris. And we're to 10.5, spend map sole provider, and this report has been prepared by Sonia Barber and Carlin Hepburn, and Sonia's here to present today, so over to you, Sonia.
Thank you, councillors and acting CEO. As you were briefed last week at the briefing session, SpendMap, we're seeking basically to approve SpendMap as our specialised provider under the Local Government Act, as we cannot find any other providers of the service that they do, which is basically to provide spend data based on credit card information throughout the Shire. So they are the only supplier that we've been able to find that actually can provide this service through all of our research that we have found, and we've also involved our procurement team in that process to look for that as well. And so we're seeking under section 235A of local government regulation that they are recognised as a specialised provider and that we can engage them for their services. At this point in time, it will be under the $15,000 threshold because we're doing a pro rata service where we're getting 2 years of historical data through till September 2021, and we have put forward a project initialisation request for their subscription for the 2021-22 next year, which will be $17,500 plus GST.
Okay, thank you, Sonia. Before we go to debate, councillors, are there any questions?
Mr Mayor, are we committing ourselves today to a budget of $17,000 minimum at this point in time for 2 years information? Because we've got here A project initialisation form has been submitted for the ongoing subscription amount of 17,000 plus goods and services for the 21-22 budget. Now, we don't know what our budget's going to be doing at this time, and I know we've got some big ticket items. Are we committing ourselves at this time? Because I'm not too sure I know the worth of all this. I'm sure it'll have a reason. I'm just wondering, can we commit ourselves at this point in time? That's all.
Through the chair, councillor, that project initialisation request has yet to be approved. It still has to go through the normal processes for budgetary approval for the 2021-22 budget. I've just completed the request, so I wouldn't see it as a commitment. What we are requesting today is that SPENMAP are recognised as a sole supplier. If in the future it does pass the budget, we don't have to come back to the council again to recognise that they're a specialist service provider in this area. And as far as this year's budget, we have the budget to accommodate the 11,500 plus GST and the $750 setup fee through till September 2021, which will also provide us with 2 years historical data as well.
Is this public money? Is it this government grant or something?
This is within the Economy and Places budget for this
It's council
financial
budget.
year.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
council budget.
Okay, as long as it doesn't commit us at this time, Mr Mayor.
All we're committing to, councillor, is to recognise the sole supplier status of
Yes.
this particular organisation.
Whether they be a sole supplier or otherwise, I look at the worth of it. What are we trying to achieve? What can we achieve? Is it worth the money? That sort of thing, so.
Well, councillor, I think that's a debate or discussion
Yeah,
we'll have
that's
come
right,
with the
Mr. Mayor.
budget time, not now.
Yeah.
All right, councillor, is everyone clear on the recommendation? Councillor Bello?
No, I was going to say, you're very clear, happy to move if, in the absence of another mover, if and when that was to occur.
All right. Thank you. So we'll go to debate on this, councillor. So moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All right, so any discussion around this, councillor? Councillor Bello, would you like to speak for it?
Yeah, and perhaps my eagerness to support this will come through my comments. I was just Googling there, there's a statement, I think it says that data is king. And I thought of it in my head and I typed it in, and sure enough there's a whole world about why data is so critical to organisations, whether you're government, whether you're the private sector, whatever your core business is. And respecting the officers' identification that this tool can provide very, very valuable data. I take that on board and recognise that they need the tools, the best tools that we can provide within the budget at our disposal, and therefore I trust their judgment on this, and I hope that this will deliver, the data that is desperately needed to inform the decisions that will be made at this table over the years to come. So thank you.
Councillor.
Anyone speaking against? Okay, Councillor Eastwood, you want to speak for?
Just to say, knowing how much and where people are spending their money in the region is really, really important, and if we can get the tools to do that, then it's a win-win, not only for the council but for our businesses as well.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. I concur, and this information isn't only just going to be made available to councillors and council officers, it can be distributed to the community and the chamber and a number of our sources, so valuable information potentially. But then it has to be discussed during our budget deliberations. So, councillors, any other comments before I close debate on this one? Councillor Lynch?
I just quickly want to say, just to probably get an understanding of the software behind it, it really is important that we have this in our shire. Like, it's a dashboard, it'll give us an overview of what's happening in the local economy. What I do like about it, it will track nighttime spending, it tracks what visitors spending, tracks what locals are spending, it'll even track online spending. So we don't want our husbands to know about that for sure, but we think it's a really important tool to have within an organisation,
Thank you, councillors. I'm not even going to touch that. All right, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Mover and Councillor Bello, seconder and Councillor Eastwood. I'm going to go to the vote. Councillors, all in favour? We are just simply recognising the sole supplier status here at the state. So all in favour? Those against? Would you like your vote recorded, Councillor? Okay. Carried. Thank you, Sonia. Okay, we're to 10.6, which is the package 3 amendments to the Livingstone Planning Scheme 2016, prepared by the Strategic Planning Officer, Liam Saxby. Over to you, Mr. Strategic Planning Officer.
Good morning, everybody. This report's in relation to the package 3 amendments to the Livingstone Planning Scheme. The amendments have progressed through all the majority of the statutory phases, and since our last meeting report, we have received a letter, 6th of January 2021, from the Acting Minister for State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, notifying that we may adopt the amendments. So as a consequence of this, Growth Management recommends that Council resolve to adopt the administrative and minor amendments that formed part of the Package 3 amendments with a commencement date 15th of February 2021, that we adopt the major amendments that formed part of the Package 3 amendments with a commencement date on the 15th of February 2021, and that we publish all the final statutory public notices relating to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Saxby. Councillors, are there any questions before we go to debate on this? Councillor Mather?
Mr. Mayor, if Liam would give us a clear overview, and he's very good at that, as to what the 3 amendments are, please. Because it's a minefield, and especially for new councillors trying to understand the current planning scheme, let alone the amendments that need to fit into it.
Well, at the risk of sounding harsh, councillors, it's my expectation that councillors would have researched this prior to the meeting, but in terms of making an explanation to the community, I'm more than happy for that to happen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor and Councillor. There's different categories of amendments that can be made to planning schemes. These are categorised as administrative, so that's very minor stuff like fixing errors, formatting, things like that. Minor amendments, which the next category up, which pretty much similar. It's not major issues. It could be correcting a date or a reference to another piece of legislation, things like that. And then anything other than those are within the category of a major amendment. So if we change a zone, if we change some of the setbacks, policy-related stuff, that's a major amendment. So within those 3 broad categories, we did have various items which have been reported on. Just a quick summary, there's a few zone changes, setbacks from boundaries for buildings and structures, bushfire, vegetation matters. So there was a range of matters within those 3 broad groupings that the amendments, that package of amendments. So it wasn't just 3 items, there's a whole range within those broad categories. That's correct.
Okay, so can I get a mover and a seconder for this so we can go into debate? Moved Councillor Mather. I'll second it. Okay, Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the report? Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking for? Okay, I'll assume debate has ceased and we'll go into the vote now. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder and myself. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr. Saxby. We're at 10.7, councillors. Development application for a development permit for a material change of use for an undefined use, veterans retreat, including short-term accommodation, caretakers accommodation and club at 124 Cams Road, Kawarrell, otherwise known as the Coxcomb Veterans Bush Retreat. So we have Tammy today to present the report. Tammy Wardrop, a Principal Planning Officer. To over to you, Tammy. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just before we go in, and I know the acting CEO provided some advice out of session in regards to this one, but I am conscious of the fact that as a collective, councillors were unable to attend Veterans Day last year and attended the retreat to go have a visit and catch up and to meet the users, and it was only as we were departing that I became aware that it was currently under assessment, the proposal. There was a big sign out the front that somehow I'd missed on the way in. The advice that we've been provided is that that does not provide a declarable conflict of interest, but I think that it's worthwhile just having it noted in the public meeting that it did occur and that there was no discussion of their application that's before council. It was simply, like literally, that as we departed from the site that I became aware that they were actually currently under application for any approvals, and it's now here at the table for us to resolve.
We can note that in the minutes. And to be perfectly honest, I didn't even see the sign, Councillor Hutton, so I was obviously walking around with blinkers on that day. Yeah, but no, I was made aware of it afterwards as well. So thank you for bringing that up. And we'll record that. We'll do some wording later on, Justine, around that. Back to you, Tim.
Has been operating since 1997, and this application has been lodged in response to a compliance investigation. The proposal includes caretakers accommodation, short-term accommodation in the form of cabins and campsites, community uses and facilities, and it includes existing structures and buildings. Coxcombs Veterans Retreat is open to serving and ex-defence force personnel, emergency services personnel and their families, and it's also open for civilian service groups for meetings and conferences. So it was set up in July 1997 as an accessible area for veterans to meet, and several buildings have been donated, and local businesses have also donated time and services to set up the retreat. So the site's located at Cairns Road, Kawarrell, and it's just under 1 hectare in size. And just as a point of reference on the map up there, there's Kawarrell State School highlighted to the south, so you can get an idea of where it's located. So the site is currently mapped as bushfire. Sorry, I think I've gone too far here. So the site is mapped as bushfire. So as this aerial photo shows, it's relatively cleared, and existing fire breaks surrounding all of the buildings and structures have been achieved, and there is clear access to and from the site. It's also mapped as wildlife habitat, and it's been gradually cleared over the past 5 years as the use has grown and as further buildings have been established on the site. So the level of clearing is determined to be negligible given the surrounding sites have remained heavily vegetated. So overall, when taken into account the surrounding rural sites and road reserve, the small amount of clearing, it doesn't necessarily affect the vegetation and the wildlife area. So the small size of the lot and the elevated landscape determines that the site's generally unsuitable for traditional rural activities. Just to summarise, the proposed use can be considered compatible with the area given the nature of the use and being that it's a small-scale operation, and the fact that the development doesn't compromise surrounding rural uses or detract from the rural character of the locality. The application was publicly notified and no submissions were received. And the development can comply with the strategic framework and the relevant planning scheme code subject to conditions. And also no infrastructure charges are applicable to this development owing to a resolution by council to waive all infrastructure charges. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tammy. Councillors, any questions before we go to debate on this?
Happy to move when we're ready, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so no questions. All right, so we're going to debate, moved by Councillor Mather, seconded by Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to congratulate the planning staff on the comprehensive report. It was a good one, it was appropriate, and it was compassionate. and it didn't cost us anything, to be compassionate in this case. This little 2-acre and a bit piece of land was donated by psychologist Bruce Ackett, who dealt with victims of post-traumatic disorders, police, prison officers, or veterans of war. I knew Bruce, and it took its toll on him too, because he saw this day after day, and he saw the need to give them a little corner of the world that they can get there and talk to each other where each other understood what they were going through, and that was so important to their recovery. And yes, things popped up from time to time, a bench, a kitchen, all that be very primitive, but it just got to the stage where they enjoyed that little place, that they were safe. And they invited us there from time to time, and we were part of their recovery over the years. And I guess at some stage someone said, oh, look, we better make all this right now. So the application, the impact assessable application came in, no submitters, because everybody understood. And I'd like to thank the staff again for putting this report together with such a good outcome. And when I say it didn't cost us anything, the price that they've paid is more than enough. And while we've had the conditions there that most everything complied except 1 or 2 which were conditioned, and I think they'd be more than happy and grateful that they can now sleep in peace and have a drink and a beer in peace and not have to be looking over their shoulder any longer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against the recommendations? And someone else, Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak for it?
Yes, rest in peace, Bruce, you legend. Look, this Coxcomb, what a fantastic place. Anyone that's been out there for a veterans event or a services event will just appreciate the beauty and the very Australian, very Queensland nature of the place. It really has got a great vibe, and it's a great tribute, not only to Bruce but to our veterans community, and very necessary for the improved health and longevity of our veterans in our services, and just recommend it with gusto. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Would anyone else like to speak to the recommendation? Okay, we'll close debate, councillors, and we'll go to the vote on this. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So we're on to 10.8 now, councillors. Development application for a development permit for a material change of use for nature-based tourism, a naturist tourist park at 176 Cobberbull Road, Bondoola. And again, I'm going to pass to Tammy on this one. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This application has also been lodged as a result of a compliance investigation, and Mr. Charles Rogers, who's the applicant and the owner of the property, made a deputation to council in December relating to this application and associated infrastructure charges. So the application is for nature-based tourism, naturist tourist park, which the applicants feel encompasses the environmental and conservation aspects of their park. So it's a little bit different to your average caravan park. The proposal is a small-scale caravan park with seasonal visitors, and it's operated as Savannah Park Retreat, which has been operating since the 1990s, and the current owners purchased the property in 2017. It had 2 previous owners operating under that name prior. The development includes an accommodation cabin, 2 permanent on-site vans, and 19 campsites, which can be for vans or for camping, communal recreation room, amenities, pool, and a small golf course. And the further development permits will be required for the reclassification of existing buildings and structures. So the site is located at Cobberbull Road in the Bondoola area, and it's just over 16 hectares in area. and currently contains an approved dwelling house and the unapproved campgrounds and amenities as previously mentioned. So there's several overlays on the site, but the most relevant being the wildlife habitat and bushfire hazard. So the development generally avoids the mapped areas of environmental significance, and council natural resource officers have been onto the site and they provided advice relating to the vegetation and removal and maintenance and management of the vegetation. So the site is mapped as bushfire, as you can see. There's been significant clearing undertaken in the development area, and the access is also cleared and can be adequately maintained to the required standard for evacuation purposes. The site also holds areas of landside and scenic amenity. However, these areas are located outside of the development area. The development is supported by a traffic impact assessment report, which determines that the access at the current location can be supported for the use, subject to road reserve tree clearing and an advisory speed limit of 60 kilometres per hour. Given the road is rural, it has a speed limit of 100 kilometres per hour at present, or as per conditions of the road, and a further development permit for operational works for road works will be required to assess the clearing and advisory signage as proposed. So just to summarise, although the development is not a traditional form of nature-based tourism, it does include aspects of conservation and environmental appreciation. They have sustainable practices, including on-site water and eco-amenities, and it provides a secluded and private location for the patrons. It's considered the development is located at an appropriate location and provides a unique accommodation activity which will contribute to the local economy. The performance assessment demonstrates that the development does not compromise the strategic framework and complies with the planning scheme code, subject to conditions and infrastructure charges. The application was publicly notified and no submissions were received. It was referred to the state for clearing of native vegetations, and they have provided conditions and mapping for clearing extent. And the infrastructure charges come to a total of $63,720. I can take any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Tammy. Just a quick question from me. My recollection was that the applicant sought a reduction in the fees. Was that my recollection correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. The applicant has requested a reduction. However, we will issue the infrastructure charges notice as is, and we can allow for a payment plan. And the applicant also has opportunity to negotiate conditions. But at the moment, the infrastructure charges notices will be issued to that value.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor May?
That was my question, Mr. Chairman, that they do have the opportunity, once they've received the notice with the fee in it, that they have a request a negotiated decision.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Because I suspect that might happen. I haven't spoken to them at all, but I suspect that might happen.
All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this, councillors, before we go to debate?
I did have a question.
Oh, you got a question?
But,
all right.
But I think Councillor Eastwood also did, so I'm happy to wait. Okay, it's along the same lines, and I guess is there any scope, or at what point could the applicant, or should the applicant be seeking a reduction, given that there's been 2 deputations thus far from the applicant? But is that sort of out of sync with when the appropriate time to seek a reduction, and therefore are we following the clear process now that we know that they've sought reduction in the past, but it wasn't formalised or couldn't be until the application was either approved or denied? Is that fair to? So I'm sure that we're, I guess, still able to consider that in the event that they did come forward with a reduction request.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. From what I believe, we cannot make, we can't offer a reduction until we've actually assessed the application, supported the application, and determined what the charges would be.
Right.
I have a question through you, Mr Mayor. To Tammy, Cobberball Road, the access into the property, what, with the speed limit along that road, is it visually, a motorist visually able to see the access quite clearly?
So because it's a rural road, it just has a default speed limit of 100 kilometres an hour. However, you drive to the conditions, so that's not to say that you drive at that speed. And the traffic impact assessment report determined that due to the vegetation and the shape of the road, the calculations of the speed that you would be travelling, they would need to reduce the speed limit to 60 kilometres in order to make safe turns or to see traffic that may be turning into the property and to safely stop or manoeuvre in time.
All right, any other questions, councillors? Okay, may I get a mover and a seconder for the report, please? Councillor Mather, Councillor Bello, thank you. All right, Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to the report?
No, I think the officer has covered it quite well, Mr Mayor. I think the only concern we had, the fact that the operation has been, this is its third owner to the property. It's been going, from what we understand, since 1990. So it's been well established, or at least some people know it's been well established over that time. But I think our real argument isn't with the use of the land. Excuse me. I think it's more to do with the fees that they would have to pay. And the process is in place now, once they've been notified that they have the right under our rules, under law, to actually apply for a negotiated decision on those costs. So we've done our bit by approving it, and they can do the rest by coming back to us and having a discussion in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Okay, Councillor Bello, did you want to speak to it?
Just to endorse Councillor Mather's sentiments there, that importantly there will be future opportunity to consider a request for a reduction in the event that that was the approach from the applicant, and that's not to preempt any perceived position that certainly I may have at this point in time. I'll take that on its merits if that does come to fruition. However, I guess the good news is that at least there's some certainty around the tenure and which is what this approval will do in the event that it's supported today. So to the officers, that's a step forward, and we'll see what is around the corner when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, any other commentary around this report? Okay, we'll close debate and go to the vote. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Just finding my place, councillors. Please forgive me. So we're on to 10.9, councillors, the function facility land use at 138 Druce's Road, Woodbury, and I'm going to pass over to Mr. Batiste, the Manager for Livability.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, or good morning, councillors. Still, I think we are just before Good afternoon, councillors. This report relates to a function use facility at 138 Druce's Road, Woodbury. It's an activity that's been operating for a couple of years under the premises. It was a temporary use under council's planning scheme. It was under the 2005 scheme. Unfortunately, it's not under the 2018 scheme. Advice was provided to landowners mid last year suggesting they didn't require a planning approval for the use. Subsequent to that, there was advice provided that they are impact accessible land use and require approval from council to continue. In the interim between the first body of advice and the second, the operators actually took 7 bookings for for events this year, and they've now asked council to honour those bookings on the basis of the advice that they were given by officers originally, and they're also coming back in the near future to lodge an application for an ongoing land use. The recommendation is that council support the ongoing use of these 7 bookings for this year while they're going through that process, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Before we go to debate, any questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Under the background information on page 327, thanks for the officer for the report. It says here, council's officers have been made aware of the rural property at Druces Road being hired out for functions. In undertaking investigations into the land use, council officers were originally of the opinion that it did not require an approval, as it was considered a temporary event. The question is, did we give them that advice?
That's correct, yes.
That allowed them to continue doing what they were doing?
The original advice was that we believed it was a temporary event. Subsequent investigation realised that under the current planning scheme that's not correct. They don't have the benefit of temporary event under the 2018 planning scheme.
So, when did we give them that advice and when did we correct that advice?
I believe the original advice was given around May, June last year, and the later advice was around October.
So, within a couple of months, they knew that they couldn't do what we'd previously told them they could do.
That's correct, yes.
And yet, we're in the situation where they're doing it anyway.
We're in the situation where they're not doing it at the moment. They do it generally between April and November each year. And in the interim, from the original advice to the subsequent advice, they advised they took 7 bookings for this year from April to November. They're now requesting that, due to the advice originally given by council officers, they'll be given the opportunity to honour those bookings while they go through an application to get an approval for ongoing use of the land.
Well, October 20 to November 21, there were plenty of opportunities to reconsider. What I'm saying is, once they found out that they couldn't do what they were advised they originally could do, on the best advice, it could discontinue. That's my concern.
Well, it hasn't continued because they took bookings for this year. They haven't actually had any events since October, and the advice was given. The first event will be at late April, early May this year, so there's been nothing happening between October and now. So.
But it's going to continue
They're
to
intending
November.
they want to honour bookings. The 7 bookings from April to November this year is what they're asking council to allow them to honour, which officers support because they are going to go through a bona fide application, and it's also based on the fact they were given inappropriate advice up beforehand and they made those bookings based on that advice.
And part of the discussion, are they intending to, or have they intended to, and are they in the process of putting in an application?
They met with myself, officers and 2 councillors this morning to confirm they want to go down that path, and we've told them that we'll arrange a pre-lodgement meeting with them over the coming week to give them all the information and the costings and the process required for them to go through that, to lodge the application and get the necessary approval.
So is that going to proceed as of now, that application?
Well,
or wait till after November, like?
No, the advice this morning was that they want to initiate that process sooner rather than later, so we'll be having conversations over the next couple of weeks, and hopefully a month or 2 beyond that they'll initiate the application and go through the process, which will be impact accessible, and the intention is to have it approved by November, not beforehand, so that's based on discussions this morning. So.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions, councillor? Thank you, councillors. All right, so in the absence of any further questions, we'll go into debate. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report?
Only to thank the officers for the pragmatic attitude that they've taken to this in recognising the very strong need and the market push on the capacity for our weddings within our shire. I think with less than 12 months' notice, it would have been potentially, traumatic for any family, but also for the community to be in a situation where we'd have brides and others out of place. But more importantly, for the way that they've worked with these proponents, helping them both understand the costs associated with the things, the different steps that they have to take through. It really demonstrates the value of both having the duty planner available, but also then having the opportunity for pre-lodgement meetings prior to actually putting an application, so that people come in with their eyes both open, but also an understanding of the process that council goes through. I think education is a really important part of what our planning section does, and this is a great example of where once a mistake was made, we've taken every step possible to not only resolve that mistake, but also make sure we're assisting the proponents to take the steps necessary to get them in the right space, to do the right thing, and to get a great outcome for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to it?
I need to reiterate Councillor Hutton's remarks, but also these guys are going ahead with this. It's going to provide another facility that's obviously needed, otherwise they wouldn't have the bookings. And I think it's something we can look forward to, and it's just another feather in the cap of the hospitality industry within the region.
Okay, thank you. All right, councillors, any other issues, questions?
And I support the officer's recommendation in this case. They have a beautiful location out there, and you know, they're both great people, and I'd really encourage them to go forward with the MCU. We need wedding destinations in our shire desperately, and that's a really beautiful location.
All right, thank you, Councillor Lynch. Any other comments, questions, councillors? All right. We'll conclude debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Did you want your vote recorded, Councillor? All right. So it's carried. Thank you, Mr. Batiste. That concludes 10.9. So it brings us on to the questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. I can get my computer to work. Okay, so the first notice of motion is from Councillor Mather, 11.1, in relation to recovery of costs. So, Councillor Mather, are there any questions in relation to this notice of motion before we go to debate on it? Okay, Councillor Mather, you're moving, I would assume?
Yes.
Seconded, Councillor
Thank you.
Friend. Thank you. All right. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to your report?
I'd like to move it, Mr Mayor, for the sake of those viewing, that Council submit a formal application to the Premier of Queensland seeking reimbursement for the costs incurred through carrying out the investigation into matters relating to Council's former Chief Executive Officer. Further, a copy be forwarded to both the Minister for the Local Government and Member for Keppel. To the table, when a government sets up an organisation, it resources that organisation to carry out a function. Local government's the same. They give us grants and we do good things with those grants. And we watch our budgets very carefully. But when we have a cost imposed on us through no fault of our own, that we must initiate to be able to gain the outcome we're looking for, then that puts us in a predicament that really is untenable. In this case, we had to undertake an investigation by law because we wanted the outcome that was going to be just. We wanted the facts. And by referring it to the appropriate agency, found it bounced back into our court because the agency wasn't resourced by the state. So the ratepayers of this shire had to cover the costs of that shortfall. As it were, this table is responsible for that. And we would have done what we were required to do to gain the adjudication. What we're now doing is going back to the state and recovering the costs that were wrongfully thrown upon us because the state didn't do its job in resourcing its department. It's as simple as that, Mr. Mayor. And I don't think I need to say any more on that one.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the notice of motion? As second, Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to it?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mather has said everything that I was going to say, so thank you, Councillor.
All right. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Apologies. Only very briefly to say that I see this in a lot of ways as being a follow-on from the motion that this council put forward both to CQ Rock and to the Local Government Association of Queensland Conference, which sought to ensure that organisations that are set up by the state government are funded to have the capacity to complete the work required. That motion was submitted by us to the conference of 2020 and I believe passed by the conference. So while this is an individual example of where cost burden or shifting has been seen from a state government agency to council, I think that it's not about the individual per se as opposed to the practice that needs to be ceased due to its continuing compounding impact on councils of all shapes and sizes, whether it be the former CEO or any other officer, where such an investigation needs to be undertaken for it to be timely and efficient, and for a process, as opposed to looking for the outcome, but for a process to have been undertaken and completed in a fashion that provides continuity, stability for the organisation, advice to the community and to the council. It needs to be done efficiently and it shouldn't be at the cost of ratepayers. Thank you, Councillor Mather. And just a quick word on that to support the comments to date. As the representative of council at the Local Government Association of Queensland Conference, I presented the motion on behalf of council in relation to ensuring that government bodies are appropriately resourced and funded by the state government, and that was actually passed and endorsed by the majority of the attendees at that conference. I concur with Councillor Hutton in that I don't see this recommendation necessarily as something that Livingstone is putting up. I see it as an adjunct to that recommendation that was approved by the Local Government Association of Queensland Conference. So I think it's important that we remember that in adopting this recommendation, but it's also, I think, an opportunity for council to again stamp its view about the necessity for the state government to appropriately resource its departments. So, councillors, we have a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Friend. I'll go to the vote on this one.
Can I just sum up?
Of course you can, Councillor. Yep.
Just very briefly, I'm very pleased that you mentioned the LGAQ conference. While that's important, it was necessary to do that, and I'm glad it got through because other councils would obviously see the need for that as well. They may have been victims, I don't know, but I'm sure there'll be some out there who are out of pocket. But by doing that, that will ensure, well, hopefully ensure that the message gets through to the state that it needs to resource those departments. That's for the future. What I'm dealing with here, what we're dealing with here, is what has already occurred. Okay? The motion for the conference is for the future. It says nothing about what's already occurred, where we're out of pocket. And because we're in such a fragile state as far as deamalgamation and trying to get back on our feet again, every dollar is important for us to get on our way. So that's why this is here, because it's a specific motion for a specific purpose, and you just follow through with what's going to come, and it all just ties in together. But this one is for this matter only.
Fully understood, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. So we've got a mover, Councillor Mather, second to Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So we have 11.2 councillors. This is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather again in relation to compensation for lost rate revenue. And before we go to debate on this, are there any questions on the notice of motion from Councillor Mather? Councillor Hutton.
Only one. Would the intention to include in this letter the example of the properties whereby they're being leased back to cattle farmers, but due to the leases not being lodged, the rates are not being charged on them? In some ways, I feel that that's the greater injustice that they can't explain, as opposed to ultimately, once it comes into federal government land ownership and the action of compensation, but where they currently have leaseholders leasing land for cattle purposes that are not paying rates simply because the government's decided not to lodge those agreements, I believe is indefensible.
Councillor Mather, it's your notice of motion.
Thank you, and I thank the good councillor for the comments. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to read that out for the sake of those watching. That due to the federal government's acquisition of numerous cattle properties in the Standish Bay / Marlborough area to expand the Shoalwater Bay training area, Council write to the Prime Minister and Minister for Defence, emphasising the substantial loss of rate revenue these acquisitions will have on struggling Shire ratepayers, and invite them to enter into negotiations with Council to formulate a model for long-term compensation commensurate to the long-term loss of this income.
Okay, so that's, I don't believe, takes into account Councillor Hutton's...
I will deal with that, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
when I get to talk to it. I need a seconder.
Yeah, okay, I can do that, all right. So, in the absence of any further questions, councillors, we'll go to debate on this. So, Councillor Mather, you're moving?
Have a seconder? You haven't identified a seconder.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Mover and Councillor Mather, seconder and Councillor Friend. All right, so Councillor Mather, you want to speak to your report,
okay.
please?
Sorry, did I miss something then? Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. The Shoalwater Bay training area originally occupied 23% of our shire, of our landmass, of our shire. With the acquisitions, it's now over 1/3, over 33%. That's a lot of money coming from that area that we've been deprived of. Councillor Hutton's comments are appropriate, and I understand because we are not given specific details of what they've taken, the information we've received is only through my talking to people and see what's been missing, what's been sold up. And we've had to deal with it ourselves, with the information that we were able to acquire, not because the government gave it to us. When I say here, we're talking about enter into negotiations, and that first in the motion. Entering into negotiations means sitting down with them and telling them what we think we've lost, what we believe we've lost, so they can tell us what we have lost and what we haven't lost. That's the only sure way that we can get any facts from them. They've given us no real facts so far. And those negotiations will actually identify the lands that they've taken, those that are paying rates and those will continue to pay rates or whatever. That's the time when we'll get all that information. They're not coming forth with it now. That puts us at a further disadvantage because we're trying to formulate a budget and we don't even know how much money we're going to have. You know, it's a little unfair, and I think I'd be giving a slap across the ears because of that treatment. Governments know how councils are struggling. They don't need for us to work with our hands behind our back as well. So while we've got 1/3 of our shire that doesn't pay rates or won't be paying rates that we know of, we don't even know how much money we're going to have to play with. So we really need to bring them to the table. And I'm not looking at a one-off compensation. This money is gone forever. And one-off compensation isn't going to suffice. This is money that's going to be lost. Not this year, not next year, but every year in the future. So there needs to be ongoing compensation. The same compensation that we have lost with those properties. So, Mr. Mayor, not knowing what we've got to rely on as far as funding goes, this is a matter of some importance. It actually dictates our viability as a shire because we're under threat from both ends of our shire, and this is only one part of it. So we need to be very clear on how it's affecting us and how we need it rectified. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Mather has spoken in favour of the recommendation. Anyone speaking against?
Certainly not one to speak against, Mr. Chair, if I could just seek clarification. Was there desire to see this motion amended to incorporate Councillor Hutton's perspective or position in order to make it, I guess, more effective by including that in there, or will there be some additional information provided? How do we frame that, I guess?
Well, yeah, I'm looking at Councillor Mather at the moment because I posed that question before.
If I knew that we had something that was clear, precise, that we could hang our hat on, I'd say I don't have a problem with adding something to it. I don't have a problem with that at all. Yeah, but because we don't know what we're dealing with, we could muddy it by speculating as to what might be leased, what might not be leased, what's sold and what they haven't registered. Where do you stop and start? Because we don't know, we're not in charge of any facts that we can actually substantiate. Well, if he thinks he's got some wording that would assist, I'd be happy to include it, Mr. Mayor.
My question that I posed to Councillor Mather, and obviously my suggestion would be that rather than including it in the detail of her motion, but just making sure that it finds its way into the letter itself would be, I think, an outcome which achieves.
Yeah, happy to do that, Mr. Mayor. Happy to do it.
All right, that's your motion.
Everybody's got to say, and everybody's feeling the pain of this loss.
All right. That'll be the challenger for the drafter of this letter.
I'm sure our acting CEO is very good at that, Mr. Mayor, once he gets the flavour of the motion.
Okay, well, all right. So we have a, sorry, we'll gather my train of thought again. We've got a mover and a seconder, mover and Councillor Mather, seconder and Councillor Friend. Any other speakers against, for and against this?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. I just, because I am for it, I think we just need to take every opportunity to obtain and try to investigate further reimbursement from the federal government in relation to this. 1/3 of our shire is not to be sneezed at. That's 1/3, and we need to remain viable. And this is so important that I'm fully for it, and I just commit it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. I'll come back to you to sum up in a minute, Councillor.
Yes, that's it.
Just a comment, and I'm not predicating how I'm going to vote on this, but I did have an informal meeting with a senator last week, and I did raise this issue. And I was reminded, as we regularly are, that Livingstone Shire Council is the beneficiary of substantial grant funding, some of which is intended to offset the loss of revenue from lost rates at Shoalwater Bay. And don't pounce on me yet, Councillor, I'm not finished yet, but I just wanted to sort of put that out into the atmosphere, because ultimately that's the position, I think, or the retort we will get. Councillor Mather, I'll go to you to sum up. Thank you.
The only something I was going to ask if you could include Michelle Landry on that list, a copy to Michelle when we write to the Minister. And Mr. Mayor, seeing that you've raised that matter, it's quite clear the senator that you spoke to has no concept of our position. He either thinks we're stupid or he really doesn't understand what's been given, because the money, the 21.6 million on the Stanage Bay Road, is going to benefit the Army. Well, certainly it'll benefit some of our people, but it's their primary beneficial.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. I did make that comment as well. Anyway, so we're, I think, concluding debate on this, councillors. All right, so we've got a mover and a seconder. We'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Sure. All right, so that brings us to 11.3, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to the prayer. So are there any questions of Councillor Hutton in relation to this notice of motion before we go to debate?
I have a couple of
Questions?
through the chair. Just with, you know, whether we have pastors or ministers coming in to pray, are we approaching them or are they approaching us?
Essentially, the way it was set up is through the office of the CEO. There, he was asked to basically come up with a list, I think, Mr. Acting CEO, and we're working the way through the list. And we're not being, as I understand it, denominally specific. So, you know, we may well have someone from Islam, for example, come to deliver a prayer.
And just wondering, has any other religious organisation approached you that's not on the list, if you know?
No.
Question in relation to that. And Emu Park, have we looked across to Emu Park? Yeah, they've got park works. There's a few different ones, as in the Christian denominations.
And that is an issue. A number of invitations were extended to different clergy from different denominations, and some weren't replied to. So we're going with the list that's been compiled based on responses. Well, one would hope, Councillor, that if and when they become aware of the opportunity that, and they haven't been invited, they could perhaps contact us as well. Of course, they're more than welcome to join the list, as it were.
Through the chair, my question to Councillor Hutton is, what specific driver is behind your notice of motion, considering that we're already undertaking what we're undertaking?
So I suppose there's three there. Firstly, Councillor, I was spoken to by a member of the community who raised a concern with me, saying that there are some meetings where the prayer is said prior to the acknowledgement of country. Then there are examples where today it was said after the acknowledgement of country, and this person had a particular point of view as to where it belonged and which was to come first. And I went, well, we never actually discussed the introduction of this. It was something that happened. So I suppose three drivers. The first being that I think it's important that we have a position as to where the placement of the prayer belongs, as to whether it is before the acknowledgement of country or afterwards, one way or the other. But I don't believe that we should be making that decision without consultation with some people who probably know. In my research, I've found that both councils do both, but generally they've formed a policy such as this where it says, hey, we acknowledge that this is an important part of who we are as a council and as a community, and we are going to be putting it here, and it's going to go in this order. We never had that consultation as a community. It was just something that happened at the first meeting of council and has continued. It's been an informal practice of this council as opposed to a formal practice. The second element of it is that 65% of our shire is religious, but not all 65% of our shire identify as being Christian. So seeking to ensure that we had that reflection of diversity again was raised by a member of the community going, well, you've never had I can't remember the name of an Islamic leader, I'm not even going to pretend to try and have a go. And I said, well, I'm not sure how it really works. And now to understand that there's an informal list that was created, but to say that we actually have a policy that says, well, actually, we invite all faiths to be engaged at some point. It's just a matter of getting it there. And the third one, obviously, was to make this decision of this council as opposed to an informal act that just occurred. So it's not a criticism of where we've been, but knowing that, you know, we now have another 3 years of this current council, let's get it down, let's have that consultation as to where does it belong in terms of is it after the welcome to country or is it before the welcome of country? Have we got a substantial list of who we're using, and so anyone of the member of the public who asks, we can say, well, actually, yeah, we actually invite all faiths to provide speakers at various stages, etc., was my desire, and they were the three drivers.
Sorry, through the chair, another quick question in regards to inviting, you know, religious groups to come and say a prayer at council. are we looking at them, are they an incorporated company, are they not just someone, 3 people in the back street setting up their own little religious group or something, like where are they identified?
Well, if the policy gets support, Councillor Lynch, that would need to be incorporated, I guess, into the policy itself. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, when I first read it, I don't think I appreciated the wording of it. I thought it was, it's a compulsion to put it into the agenda, but it's not even in the list of items, neither the prayer nor the recognition of country. So I'm thinking, was it like an enforcement, you might say, to get it into the policy to make sure we actually do have a prayer rather than the placement of the prayer? You know what I'm saying? It's more like the placement of the prayer. Does it come before or after country? But I thought initially that it was like we must put it into our standing orders.
To take your question, to think that for the acknowledgement or welcome country, depending on the circumstances, we debated whether we wished to include it. We had a consultation process with elders that went for more than 6 months. We then further debated on the wording of what we'd like to see and had it in the policy saying that it would not be compulsory, that a councillor did not have to, if they were chairing the meeting, include an acknowledgement of country. That process occurred before we implemented an acknowledgement of country being part of council's formula. We haven't done the same with prayer, and while it's not been a problem, when it was raised with this member of the community as to where does it belong, I didn't have the answer. And as to whether we engaged with all faiths or only certain faiths, I didn't have an answer. And so in trying to formalise it, my desire is not to, just as the acknowledgement of country doesn't have to be a forceful act, and under our policies, not an enforced act that says that the chair of a meeting has to have an acknowledgement of country, but it's to make sure that we have a formula that this council uses as to how it goes about doing it. And ultimately, I'm actually only asking that we draft a policy. It will come back to this table for a discussion or for a decision as to how it wants to do. But I thought it was a conversation that we've, like I said, we've got 3 years left. I don't feel the need to leave things in limbo and go at the last minute. Well, we really should have done that.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So we'll go to the debate on this. Councillor Hutton will obviously move this. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bellow. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to your report? Notice of motion, I beg your pardon.
Only very briefly, Mr Mayor, to state once again that having done extensive research of councils across Australia, some include a prayer, some don't. Some have periods where they have prayer, then periods where they don't, reflecting the makeup of the council, the values of their community. But generally what was in place was a formula of consultation with stakeholders to work out where it belonged, why it's there, because as we all know, symbolism is really important. So does the acknowledgement of country come first, or the prayer? What does it look like? Who's are invited to do it? These are all questions that I think we can answer, and it's not a huge task, but it's an important task because it means a lot to the members of our community. And as I said, with 65% of our community identifying as religious, it's important that we get this right.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the notice of motion? Anyone else like to speak for it? All right. I might just make a comment in the context of the debate. Clearly this was something that yours truly introduced at the first meeting, and I did go around and talk to a number of you informally, those that I could get hold of, and certainly there was no intention of on my part to breach any protocol or any standing orders by introducing it, and I certainly didn't wish to offend any religious denominations. And look, I just think it's something that's important for us to do, because everything we do and how we operate in this community is visible. And the community is always watching, and I think it behooves us as a group to actually set a standard and set an example, and I can't think of any better way of doing that than through whatever religious belief that our community has. And as has been discussed here, there's been no particular preference identified in terms of denomination. All denominations are welcome to come and present, and we've been working through that list. Now, notwithstanding that, I acknowledge the good councillor's point in that it's important to actually clearly stipulate that, because if members of the community are concerned about this, then clearly it's something we need to address. But that was never, to upset the community about this was certainly never my intention. But look, I think I take on board the councillor's comment that process is important. We need to identify the sequencing of this compared to the recognition of country. So I'm prepared to endorse this particular notice of motion as well.
If I can just add something too, Mr Mayor. I hope I missed my spot, but it's been very exciting, I think, for some of us. I know myself that we've actually gone down this path of having prayer and including a spiritual input or another spiritual input into our meetings, and in great contrast to where we were before, and I find it very exciting.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Friend?
Certainly, through the chair, well done, Councillor Hutton. I actually like the idea that once this has been resolved to become official, then we have more chance of a wider range of diversity within our religious beliefs within our shire. And so I would certainly welcome all religious leaders to take part, and regardless of your denomination or how you think about religion, but spirituality, as Councillor Eastwood said, is very, very important. So I commend this to the table. I'm all for it.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. And I think everyone's had their say, so you don't need to? Okay, all right. So we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We'll close debate. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Bellow. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And before we go, I beg your pardon, to discussion and debate on this, are there any questions of Councillor Hutton?
Yes, certainly. Through the chair. Councillor Hutton, where specifically are you looking at between Rockhampton Road and Old Rockhampton Road and Tamby Road? Where specifically? Could you...
Yes, so the resident who raised this with me referenced both the tree removals that had occurred on the lower side of Tamby Road between the shopping centre and where the boat place used to be, but also then spoke to the breadth of the street. So as you'll be aware, Tamby Road in that stretch is quite wide. In fact, you could literally have maybe 4 lanes of traffic each side if you wanted to. So it is that link, the link that I'd like us to investigate. And I have, I suppose I'll realm into debate. So that's the answer to the question, is from the roundabout to roundabout.
So from the roundabout, from Central to the larger roundabout on...
From the Rockhampton roundabout, which
yes.
is the one on the main road, to the Central roundabout, which is the one on the Old Rocky Road.
We need to fall short of that one because of the tunnel.
And where would these trees then be located? On the footpath area, near the footpath, or...?
I don't profess to have gardening and in terms of traffic management, how it works and how it fits in, but the view that was expressed to me was that that is a very barren, broad concrete scape that has no trees remaining in the part from the Tamby Road roundabout up until you get to about Rawling Street at the high school. Then after that, it did previously have a series of trees that were located on the southern side that were cut down with the broadening and the adding in the additional lane there. So they just said anything that we can do to green that space and to add more things. As proposed, I like to get some streetscaping costings. I believe you'd speak to someone who's got more knowledge as to making sure that you're not putting them in the wrong spot, that you're not blocking traffic, but at the same time doing something to enhance that streetage to make it more green than the current barren concrete jungle.
Sure. My next question would be to the acting CEO. Is that area council or TMR? It's council. I do know that under Shady Lanes, the project that's still sitting with the officers, they were looking at Old Rockhampton Road to Tanby Road, and that the issue came about that there isn't the area to the resources to water that area at this time. So it's kind of come to a standstill, and I wondered if there would be the resources to continually water those trees along that area. My other point before I finish is that it's heavily industrialised and there's driveways in and out right along that area on the left-hand side heading out towards the main roundabout on Tanby Road. And although it's quite residential on the other side, how would that impact the visibility for the traffic of the vehicles entering and exiting those driveways?
Yep. Thank you for those two questions. The first answer is that I'm not aware of the costings for council, and that's why I'm not asking for council to say, hey, yes, we're going to go do this project, but rather to seek some costings so that as part of our budget deliberations, we can consider whether we have the capacity and the desire to either put it in for next year or to 10 years' time, or to go, you know, what we can't afford or don't desire to do it at all. But without seeking some costings, it kind of doesn't exist. I very firmly believe that we shouldn't be taking things off without actually getting some background and some costings done first, which is why, you know, using the project management principles, is it a good idea? Maybe, maybe not. Let's get some costings to find out what its value is to then decide whether we want to advance with it. The second question regarding the industrial landscape is exactly the reason why I would suggest that it's worthwhile us investigating this. An industrial landscape that has increased traffic, that has large numbers of vehicles, also has large numbers of pollutants that we're aware of, but it has to be done in a safe way, and that's where the expertise of someone greater than myself would be useful to help discuss how can we actually improve the streetscaping there. Old Rockhampton Road, the example you provided, is a great example of where we have two sides of a road that both have shade trees, and then it also has that additional internal lane that has more trees on it as well. As in the notice of motion, it stated that, you know, this is probably the only entrance into Yeppoon where we actually don't have the presence of very many, if any, green trees. And as a councillor, I'm not saying let's commit to doing it today, but I'd like to find out how much would it cost to make an improvement to this section of road to add to its green potential and obviously the environmental positive impacts that that would have.
And I probably could have added it in the debate, but I just query whether there is a scope perhaps to expand it even a little bit more. And I don't want to dilute the motion, but taking into consideration there's probably multiple areas that we wouldn't have to look far to find deficiencies in, you know, particular areas or precincts or roads or stretches, and not wanting to dilute it whatsoever. But could it be broadened perhaps to include actually the entry into Yeppoon, you know, as a more holistic sort of, you know, we're entering Yeppoon, coming in, you've got the lines, welcome to Yeppoon, down the main strip, you see the sea, which we see less of now as the trees are growing up, then you turn to the Tanby Road, that's that whole visual presentation that's what's been put forth, and I think that could be improved somewhat as well. But how far do you go? What do you capture? Yeah.
Councillor Bello, excuse me, Councillor Hutton, I just think we'll take that as part of debate going forward. So we'll.
I'll just whether you consider it as an amendment.
Yeah, we can talk about that in debate if you don't mind. We'll get a mover and a seconder. Mover Councillor Hutton, obviously. Seconder Councillor Eastwood is indicated. All right. So would you like to address Councillor Bello's point, Councillor?
Yes, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to bring forward this proposal that came from a member of the community who actually spoke to the natural beauty that they see on the entries and exits of Yeppoon. If you travel up towards St Brendan's, we have a beautiful greenscape that takes people into Yeppoon. If you travel along Farnborough Road, you have both the beach and significant greenscape, all of which can be improved. The scenic highway, Tenby Road to Emu Park, the Yeppoon Rockhampton Road, Old Rocky Road, Barmarie Road, all of these roads have streetscaping, formal and informal, but the green space there is quite present. And to paraphrase this resident, it's what makes it a place that they want to come back to. They said, and how they got me to think about this twice, which is why I've raised it here for us to collectively consider, was you then turn onto the Tenby Road from roundabout, from the main roads roundabout going into Yeppoon, and it's that stark contrast of Tenby Road where it could be, it's currently 2 lanes each way, but it could potentially be 4 lanes because of the amount of space there, is barren of trees, it's full of concrete, even the stuff in the middle of the road, we've actually concreted the centre islands, and they said it's just a hot, dry, and it creates a very different feel. Now, in an industrial landscape that may be acceptable, it may be necessary in terms of providing turning lanes and things like that, but are there things that we can do to enhance that? I didn't know the answer, but I took on board this person's concern and said, well, it might be worth us investigating. Now, it's a request for us to consider looking at streetscape costings for the greening of Tenby Road between Yeppoon Rockhampton Road and Old Rockhampton Road, and for us to consider how it may fit within part of the process of the 21-22 budget. Now, it may be that we can't afford to make any changes next year. It may be that we can't. We may, as part of the 21-22 budget process, say, you know what, we'd really like to take this on board, but in a larger scale, and we're going to look to do something on the streetscaping for every year over the next 10 years. But it really needs to be considered as part of that budget process and not isolated from it. If the advice from officers is that they can't actually provide these sort of costings in time for 21-22 budget process, at least then we've got it down for something to be investigated further, and it will be then considered as part of the 22-23 budget process. But I thought, to do justice and service to this member of the community, I'd raise it here at the table. I took on board, and it was only when they kind of said to me about how stark it was that I really noticed the difference of how wide a street it is and how barren it is. And they said, and yet this, you know, this is where you're creating the most pollution, because you are encouraging trucks and cars and things, and it's probably the most used road being that connector, and yet it's the worst impression that they get out of all of the entries and exits to Yeppoon. So I took it on board and presented it to the table here for us to consider whether it's something that we would like to investigate further.
Okay. Anyone speaking against the recommendation?
Yes, through the chair. I take where you're coming from, and I do agree. It's very, very stark. Comes on to the years ago when they decided to allow that to be an industrial area here at the council table and through the offices. Travelling that road every day, yes, it is hot, it is stark. My concern is by planting more trees there, how will they fare? Will they grow? Will they grow substantially? Will they survive the conditions of the amount of traffic that travels that road every single day? No, I don't like the look of it either, but I am concerned about the being an industrial area, the visibility of the traffic entering and exiting, mostly exiting those areas. And in an industrial area, have there been many other industrial areas that have been basically greenscaped within Livingstone Shire? They're an industrial area for a reason. Unfortunately, it's one of the roads that people do enter Yeppoon by. And but the amount of traffic does concern me with the planting of trees, because they must have the ability to grow and flourish, and with the carbon monoxide and all of the other chemicals that amount of traffic is going to issue on a daily basis, is it a futile effort? I am all for planting trees. As you know, I have seconded your previous motions, Councillor Hutton, in relation to trees. I think that it's one of the most important things we can do in our shire moving forward. However, in an industrial area, I'm wondering if, no matter even if we obtain the costings, would they survive? And why haven't they been planted there in the past? And I can tell you from previous experience as an officer that a lot of that was to do with the visibility of the traffic in an industrial area. So although I love your concept and I appreciate what you're saying and I certainly respect you for it, in that particular area, yes, it is stark and barren. But I'm just concerned with the amount of money going to be put into planting trees in that area. Will they survive? And how will they be watered? And does council have the resources to actually be able to water them on a regular basis? I would have then backed you up on this one if it was in a different area. But once again, being industrial, I'm going to have to vote against you. But that's not saying to the public that are listening that I'm against trees. I'm all for them. I just think, yes, that area does need to be beautified, but at what cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking for it? Councillor Eastwood?
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I mean, we have singled out Tamby Road here, and I think we need to green up our whole shire. But just because somewhere is a industrial area, it doesn't mean that we give up on it. And, you know, that Tamby Road area is a drive-through for those students that are going to the local high school, some that are going to some Ursulas and some Brendans. It is a stark area, and if we can, and this is what we're going to look into, we're going to actually look into whether it's feasible, whether we can, not only the costings, but whether they'll survive. That's why we'll get our council experts to have a bit of a look at that. And if it is feasible, I think we should have a crack and make it a more livable area, and a better entry for our children and for ourselves and for those that work in that area and actually have businesses there. Yeah, I think we should at least investigate.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against the recommended notice of motion? Beg your pardon.
I am taking into consideration what Councillor Friend said. All for trees. I don't think anyone around this table is against trees. We all love trees. We want to see the greenery. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Myself, I use that road many a times, and I'm trying to think exactly where we could place them, and I find it very problematic. And recognising when new visitors come to our town, they're not directed down that street unless they Google Woolworths and want to head that way. When they come over the rise, they see the ocean. This is where they will direct themselves straight along, right through that roundabout and head to the main street. So I would, this is why I'm not going to agree with this one, because I just think it's going to cost a lot of money, and I feel we can put greenery in other locations that will serve a better purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Anyone speaking for the notice of motion?
For what it's worth, Mr Mayor, I think we can deal with both issues here. I think we can beautify it, but not over capitalise on it, and yet retain the integrity of the industrial area for safety and visibility. That's important. That's what it's there for, so we can see what's going on with the machinery. We had a councillor here once who wanted to make both sides of the street industrial. You can take the houses away and go back further if they have to. I thought, well, it's okay, but don't you think it should be out of town? It's a wide road, people will use it. People will use it. If you go up the old rocky road, and I do it all the time, they've got palm trees, palm leaves that are just hanging there. I think if we're going to beautify it, we need to clean up what we've already planted. It's just an observation, and I know palms drop their fronds all the time. So we've got to be careful, and I think if we're going to put something up, people might like to donate to a tree, but it needs to be something that'll sustain itself. We don't want to be looking for something that's fragile that's going to be dropping its leaves and creating a mess, and it looks untidy, and that was not the intention of the whole plan. So I think there is room to beautify, there is room to preserve the integrity of the industrial estate, but I think we need to be very careful. I'm happy to look at a policy, and it could be one of many, many stages, and I can name a lot of places that need trees. But I think we've got to be careful what we can afford, we've got to be careful what we can maintain, and just take it slow. But let's have a look at the policy and just see where we go from there.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone wish to speak for it? Councillor Bello?
I will speak in support of the resolution, primarily because it's about gathering information and then helping us to make an informed decision from there. Nothing more, nothing less. At the appropriate time, that the officers have the time to do it, so that they don't drop everything and do it tomorrow, but they'll determine when they have the scope to do it, and then the information provided will help us determine, is it good, bad or indifferent. From there we make an informed decision. And then to shift it slightly sideways in terms of the positives of trees within industrial areas, a mature tree can absorb 48 pounds per year of carbon dioxide. Trees absorb odours and pollutant gases, nitrous oxides, ammonia, sulfur dioxide, so they perform many positive roles within that industrial setting. How much trees or vegetation can be incorporated into that is yet to be determined. But it'd be good to know what the information through experts. So on that basis, I look forward to the gathering of more information to make an informed decision at that point in time. I would hope that one day we could stretch it further and go up the hill to create an even more dynamic entryway into Yeppoon, because the more those wonderful trees up there keep continuing to grow, the less of the sea we see as we come down the hill. But that's for another day, and I'm certainly comfortable to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. If I could make a comment as well, councillors, I concur with Councillor Bello. This is just with absolute respect to all of the councillors' comments. This is an information gathering exercise. My only concern is actually with the wording. We've asked, or Councillor Hutton is asking for costings. I'm just wondering, if you take that literally, that's what you might get, as opposed to perhaps a cost-benefit analysis or a business case, whatever. So just wondering if you might be interested in changing the wording on that, Councillor, to reflect that.
Very happy to take advice on that. So if we want to do seek streetscape cost-benefit analysis for the greening of, I just don't want to overburden it by making it too large. So I'm not, I guess as long as the organisation understands we're not looking for a 100-page report.
Through the chair, may I just add, can we use the word viability? So seek streetscape viability and a cost-benefit analysis.
I think you'll find that the cost-benefit analysis will be the
viability as well.
I concur, Councillor Friend. With respect, the other matter I was just going to raise very briefly too is that I guess with the number of notices of motions that we're bombarding the officers with at the moment, the time frame around this, Councillor Hutton, do you have a particular time frame in mind?
No, Mr Mayor, you'll see that in most of mine I've not provided a time frame other than that where it's related to budget. I've asked that it be considered as part of the budget process because I am conscious of the daily operations and I don't want to provide a time that pushes people to do something prematurely or outside of their capacity. Okay,
thank you. The council seek a street, it says an A in there, I think, Justine. Council seek a streetscape cost-benefit analysis for the greening of Tamby Road between Yeppoon Rockhampton Road and the old Rockhampton Road, with this to be considered as part of the 21-22 budget process. All right, are you all clear on it, councillors? All right, so any further comment or debate? Councillor, I'll go back to you, Councillor, in a minute, if that's okay. No? All right. Would you like to sum up, Councillor?
Yes, Mr Mayor, just very quickly to thank all the councillors for their contributions to the discussion on this today. I think it's really important that we have the opportunity to speak and to pose questions that even if we don't know the answers, that at least it gives us the opportunity to learn and to seek advice, and ultimately that's what this motion will do.
All right, councillors, it's that time. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. We'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? Did you want your vote recorded, councillors? Okay. Thank you. Well, Joan, for lunch is ready, councillors. So can I have a procedural motion to adjourn for lunch? Councillor Mather, thank you very much. All in favour? Thank you.
Sorry, the only question I had, Mr Mayor, how does our staff report on the merits of the participation? What do they have at their disposal to do that? Do they have anything at their disposal?
Well, my fervent hope, Councillor Mather, would be that in preparing a report on this, all or as many parties as possible could be consulted, including the councillors, of course. So it might be a conglomeration of different views and consultancies, if that's the right word. Yeah. Councillor Bello, do you have a question?
Question, but and look, it's perhaps best answered through the process of if this motion is supported. But I guess what was the catalyst really for it? If even for the members on the live stream, perhaps.
We might go to that in debate if you don't mind, Councillor Mather, because Councillor Hutton, I'm sure, will speak to it anyway.
Certainly.
All right, so Councillor.
Sorry, just a quick question, just for the interest of the community watching. Can you please tell them who the sister city relationships are?
Yes, so Livingstone Shire currently has a sister city relationship with Yangzhou City Council in China, and Yangzhou City Council has townships within it, and we have a relationship with the township of Zimba and Yupun.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Councillor Hutton, you're moving this notice of motion, obviously.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the notice of motion?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I submit this notice of motion to Council for our consideration. I didn't believe that sister city relationships were a top order of business for us when we were elected in March of last year, but rather something that, as we got our feet under the table and had some time to think about other things, that we would need to address it at some point. Recognising the changes made by the Australian government in regards to how relationships can be formed, but also the need for councils, state governments and other organisations to go to them to get approval for such agreements going forward. There is a process that council will need to go forward to if we wish to continue having a relationship. So we'll have to lodge it with the Department of Foreign Affairs, get them to sign off saying that they've read our agreement, they understand the purposes behind it, they see that there's nothing related to national interest that may out-trump or be affected by this decision. Before council officers obviously invested time in going through that process, I thought it kind of went, well, so now's probably the time for us to have this discussion as to whether this council saw merits in participating in sister city relationships. There are some more than 600 sister city relationships across local governments around Australia. But in having that discussion, I didn't want us to have a debate on something that we weren't well informed and didn't have a lot of information about. So in seeking a report to come to us so that we can have that discussion and then obviously debate and provide guidance to the community and the organisation, we are in a place where we can make an informed choice as to what we want to do and can explain that choice ultimately to the community. As the Mayor said, there are a diversity of opinions as to whether these are good things or bad things, how they work, and we would have plenty of choices to make if we decide to be in the space, but we also may choose to not be in the space, in which case we don't really need to worry about much more as to whether do we wish to be there or not. But to have a debate, we need to be informed, and to be informed, and to be honest, the wording was changed because I was sick of writing the words discussion paper because I was concerned that it was becoming an overused term, just like love and hate at times. So I was trying to withdraw from using the word discussion paper, at least for a couple of notices of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Okay, is anyone speaking against the recommendation or the notice of motion? I beg your pardon?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any particular reason why I can't support it this stage anyhow. What I am concerned about, what implications does it send out there? At the moment, China is not the most favourite person in the world, certainly from America, certainly from Australia, because there's, at senior level, there's a lot of undercurrent going on in relation to trade, who did what and when, who's our ally, who's the spy. There's a lot of that stuff going on at the moment. We don't know the extent of it, but it certainly has implications with us and China in the long term. And if we're questioning our relationship with China at this time, or at even one of their cities, that's an insult on the emperor. We've got to be very careful, and I think it just might be a little premature, that's all.
Through the chair,
If I may say, I would like to see an amendment to this particular resolution before I agree to partake in it. The council seeks a report on the merits and the detriments of its participation, both the fors and the againsts. What are the merits? These are fantastic. What's the implication? What's not so positive about it at this time? And I put forward an amendment.
Well, if we're going to consider that, councillor's friend might I suggest another word, merits or otherwise detriment, I think might send the wrong message as well with respect. So if you're going to change the wording, I'd suggest merits or otherwise of its participation. But that's up to it's Councillor Hutton's motion, so it's up to him to entertain that.
With leave of the Deputy Mayor, I'm happy to amend it. Maybe we could amend it to actually just remove that offending word so that council seek a report on its participation in sister city relationships. When I spoke of merits, I referred to, like, you know, whether to or not. I wasn't implying that it was meant to only be about the good stuff, but I can understand that a literal translation of merit is positive, so.
Okay. All right, so we've got a reworded notice of motion now that council seek a report on its participation in sister city relationships, debate and provide guidance at a future meeting of council to the organisation and community on future steps. Everyone clear on that one, council?
I'm understanding that we're in formal debate, but with leave of the table to answer the question, how many of the new councillors will have had the opportunity to read the sister city agreements or the policy that says what we're hoping to achieve out of them, or what's been done or what hasn't been done, to make a judgment as to whether they want to be involved or whether they believe it's in the best interest to be involved? I don't believe we've had that level of discussion or thought, which is where seeking a report on participation means that we'll get the information that we need so that we can have an informed debate about do we wish to continue or not. And if we do, then we have to apply obviously to the Australian government to seek their approval to continue that relationship in its current form. So I wasn't trying to be bland, rather to give us the space to become informed so that we can ultimately make a choice to guide the organisation and the community on future steps.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. So the wording stands as you're happy with it at the moment. Okay. All right. Anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor May, there was kind of middle of the road on that one. That's okay. So anyone speaking for the motion?
Yeah, in seconding the motion, I believe there is merit, even though that word has been removed in moving forward and considering the, I guess, the dynamics of it. Councillor May that makes some valid points. There's new councillors at this table here that were not here when we entered into that arrangement or that relationship, and like any policy per se, I guess they're up for debate, they're up for consideration, they're up for adjusting them, and whether you strengthen down and double down as a result of it, or whether you take a different course of action. Through this process, it allows for it to be done in a formal manner by the process of the resolution, and that way the community can also track, I guess, what the outcome is. So happy to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against the notice of motion? Anyone wish to speak for it? Okay, councillors. Councillor Hutton, would you like to sum up?
No, thanks, Mr. So, Mr Mayor, for the purposes of the minutes, should we provide a little bit more definition around that? Yep. Yep.
No, sorry. Yeah. So, so Councillor Hutton and Councillor Lynch, because they have a declarable conflict of interest in this particular motion, are choosing to leave the room. As the question from Councillor Hutton was, are we able to provide some more information as to why they've chosen to take that action? And we are required under law to actually provide a description as to why you are leaving the room. So that's fine. We will do that.
And just to add on that, you did at the beginning of the meeting identify the relationship and why, so that's been captured, and we'll make sure that's reflected in the minutes.
All right. Okay, councillors. We'll call you when this one is done. So you good, Justine? You're up for this? Okay. All right, councillors. Councillor Hutton's motion is in relation to, and I'll read it, that council request a review of the pre-event requirement of deposits for foreshore use by not-for-profit organisations, with consideration of a post-event obligation to optimise the impact of council sponsorship in event support. He's provided more detail in his attachment there. So there will be no questions of Councillor Hutton because he's not in the room. So we'll go to a mover and a seconder on this if there are movers and seconders. At the moment, the arrangement is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Acting CEO, that anyone who wants to use the foreshore pays a deposit up front. And then that essentially, it's kind of like a bond. And then once the event's gone by and there's no damage that we're seeking repatriation for, then that bond is essentially returned to them. What Councillor Hutton is seeking, as I understand it, is for that bond not to be charged up front, but some sort of post-event arrangement be put in place whereby we can seek compensation if any damage occurs or whatever.
Yes, if I could, just for clarification, whilst the terminology used talks about a deposit, it's actually a security bond.
Yeah.
So it's not a deposit in the sense that you pay a deposit on an item and then you pay the balance later on. This is a security bond.
Yep. Yep. All right. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood. Do I have a seconder for this one?
Just clarify, Mr. Chair,
If I can.
Yes. To second, then we have to second that.
All right, so moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Bellow. All right, Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to it?
Only briefly, Mr Mayor. Look, I think a review of any of these requirements for deposits and things like this are now and then are probably a good thing. Good councillor wouldn't have brought it up if it hadn't possibly been a problem in the past. And yeah, we got to look at this. These are for not-for-profits. These are people that are actually doing good for our community. And if we can help them in a review, then we should give it a go. So I'm really happy to just put this forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Is anyone speaking against the motion?
Yes, through the chair, I'm speaking against the motion for this particular reason, that non-for-profit groups our community needs. They're a wonderful, wonderful asset to any community. What we're discussing here is large-scale foreshore events with a lot of public interactions. The deposits are usually 50% of whatever the charge may be. I can't say at this time. But let's say, for example, $2,500. This money is held in trust and is returned and refunded to that organisation within 2 weeks after the event. These deposits are held for a reason. They've always been held for a reason in relation to infrastructure that may be damaged by the public members that do attend these foreshore events. And for that reason, our officers currently and previously, or I should say historically, have always reviewed these type of booking fees and bond fees, as they call them, and they are constantly in review. So to absolutely review them again, to make them a lesser amount, really, or even to discuss not having them in the first place, it's very much a liability to council's infrastructure along the foreshore when these huge public events and I'm talking pre-COVID, of course, and hopefully again post-COVID start occurring. And you know, even next week we have Australia Day coming to our foreshore. Once again, hopefully everyone will look at the COVID restrictions and act accordingly. And in saying that, I am against this particular motion because I do believe that the deposits are there for a reason, and they've always been there for a reason. And obviously, if the organisers of the events are actually doing the right thing and those deposits are refunded, as I said, within 2 weeks after the event, but they are there for a particular purpose, and I think that they should remain as they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor Bello?
Really, just to reinforce that my interpretation of the motion is primarily about reviewing it. That's the word that's key to me. It does not, for my interpretation, state a particular point of view. It doesn't prosecute an argument for or against. It doesn't suggest that we need to change it because it's broken, but it means that we can review it and have 7 elected persons consider the aspects of what is currently in place and whether there is room to refine it, improve it, leave it as it is. And because I don't know it all in terms of the nitty-gritty of it, I look at it with open eyes and I'll hopefully learn something out of it and be able to be more resolute on why I believe that we either change or we don't change. So on that basis, I'm happy to review it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak against?
Quickly, yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. Requesting a review of the pre-event requirement of deposits. Now, looking at that introduction or the motion and looking at the last sentence, there's an indication that if there was a money that was freed up that they're actually using as a bond, they would be getting more sponsorship. I don't know if that's true or not, I can't argue that. But it's been put there for a reason. It's to secure council. I don't have a problem requiring people to put something up front. We give them as much opportunity as we can. We give them grants, we give them shortfall, we do in kind. There's so many ways that we help. This is just a process that's afforded to everybody. And if we want to be consistent, how far do we go? There are plenty of organisations out there that need assistance of another kind, but I think if we treat them all the same, and within reason, they can still carry on their functions and know that it's there for approval at a later date. I just don't see that taking away the deposit is going to be a benefit to them, or certainly not to us. Because if something gets off the rails and it's a big damage somewhere, who pays?
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. I'll speak to this one too, councillors, and that taking Councillor Bellow's comments into consideration around the fact that this is a review, I guess you have in my mind, one of the reasons I would support a review if I thought that the system or the process was somehow faulty or flawed. I don't, and I'm looking at it from a commercial point of view, and I'm going to a situation where you might have a wedding or a 21st birthday party booked or something like that through a commercial catering operation. You would require a deposit on that. And I understand Councillor Eastwood's comment that these are community groups and not necessarily flush with cash, but ultimately it's easier to get a deposit and refund it than sometimes afterwards when you've got to try and claim it back. So from that point of view, I don't think the system is broken, and therefore I don't believe that a review is necessary. So that's just my position on this particular one. So having all had our say now, councillors, we'll conclude debate. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to sum up at all?
Look, just to say, look, it is only a review, and it would stipulate whether we are doing best practices or whether we could do it better.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. All right, we'll go to the vote now, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Bellow. So all those in favour? Those against? Okay, the motion is lost. So welcome back, Councillor Lynch and Councillor Hutton. Just for your information, the notice of motion in relation to deposits for foreshore use, not-for-profits, was lost. So we're at 11.7, notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to a Shire Christmas tree. So before we go to debate, councillors, any questions of Councillor Hutton on his notice of motion? Okay.
Through the chair, I have a question for councillor. So when we're talking Christmas tree, we're talking a large-scale Christmas tree that a lot of other towns and cities actually erect every year. Is that right? I know this year we had the Frosty the Snowman and Santa Claus and the big balls in Beeman Park, could you please answer why you've requested this at this time in 2021?
Yes, for its consideration as part of the 2021-2022 budget process, I felt that it was important that it was dealt with prior to March. The only way for that to occur was to do it now. If we left it till November, October, September, we'd have already set a budget and would be living within its means and would have to reprioritise expenditure from other parts of council, which I don't think for something like this, which we can predict in ahead whether we wish to do or not, wouldn't make logical sense to me. So by getting a costing now, it means that we've got an opportunity to consider, do we want it as part of next year's financial budget?
Thanks, councillor.
Any other questions for Councillor Hutton? Okay, so we'll go to debate on this one. So Councillor Hutton is moving, I'm assuming. Can I get I'm happy to second this one, so we know for that one, Justine. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In recent years, the spirit of Christmas has been visibly increasing throughout our Shire. Livingstone's engaged with our Light Up Livingston celebrations, which we saw encouraging people to put up Christmas lights. We saw the contribution of Council's events and engagement team with decorations in both the CBDs of Yeppoon and Emu Park, as well as then the additional blow-ups that they were able to purchase this year. I've always felt that a Christmas tree would be a wonderful addition to our celebrations, as well as giving a focal centre point to our community. the benefit of purchasing one in such a way that was able to be removed and placed in other places. You could actually share it across the Shire, as well as having the opportunity to create images for people to go have your family Christmas tree photo taken down at the Yapoon Lagoon, or have your Christmas tree photo taken down in Bells Park, Emu Park, etc., over time. I don't know what the Christmas tree looks like, other than hopefully it looks like a Christmas tree. I don't want to go too postmodern on this. But for us to consider it as part of the budget, I wanted us to look at what would be the cost of purchasing an oversized Christmas tree, but also what would be the maintenance cost to our community. I don't want us as a council to go, oh, we just love the idea, and then find out that it's going to cost us just as much to upkeep or to put in place every year. And so I thought if we've now got the times on our side to consider it as part of the budget, and thought that it would be an opportunity for us to consider, and it's a gift for our community both this year, next year, and far beyond, hopefully.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And just reiterating, councillors, that this isn't committing us to buying a Christmas tree, it's just seeking costings. Anyone speaking against the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather?
I appreciate the good councillor's thoughts. Getting ahead of Christmas, getting ahead of budget, all good stuff. I'm thinking, why are we going to have to purchase a tree? My first thought was, why don't we actually have a living tree that's already in our Shire, already in our CBD or our main street at Emu Park or Wagmore, wherever, and dress it up every year? The people can nurture it. We won't have to buy it. The people will maintain it. If it's a big, one of those big trees in the main street, our people will obviously need to get a cherry picker to trim the branches. But Rockhampton had one in the main street, and it looked beautiful, and it was really done up. And it was there the day after Christmas and 6 months after Christmas. And it's a matter of putting the baubles up and taking them down, and the tree was still there. So I just didn't see the reason, though, you had to purchase and maintain a tree every year to do what we want to do. It just doesn't make sense. We need to adopt an identified living tree that we already have.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Just, Councillor Mather, beg your pardon. Just to perhaps preempt what Councillor Hutton may respond is, I think his intention was that this tree could be relocated each Christmas to different localities within our Shire, and so that everybody got the benefit of it. A permanent tree won't necessarily do that. Where the intention was actually to purchase a tree that could be moved around the Shire. So this coming Christmas, for example, it might be at Kawarrell. Following Christmas, it might be at Emu Park. So the tree would actually be relocatable.
What's wrong with having your own trees in your own park?
Well, that's a matter for discussion, I guess. All right, anyone speaking for the motion, please?
Yes, I am. Oh, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. I'd really like to investigate the cost of what a tree would cost. Everybody loved the decorations this year. There was no doubt about it. It brought a lot of joy. There was people down getting photos. Unfortunately, there was some vandalism towards those inflatables. So I think if we're going to look at a cost for a tree, we really need to decide where it will go, how it will go, but more importantly, we have to look at the elements of the weather. As we know, the wind, the rain can cause a lot of damage to a permanent structure, or not so much permanent, but we need to decide how much we're going to spend on that and the longevity of the product. So I'm all for it, but keep in mind that we need to have a structure that's going to withstand the elements of the weather.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Is anyone speaking against the motion? Anyone else for? Councillor Eastwood?
Yeah, look, I really do see the merits in having a community Christmas tree. Now, whether it's a transportable tree or whether it's a tree that's permanently located in the soil, there are many communities that do have Christmas trees. Recently went down in Burley Heads where they have a big Christmas tree, and it really does add something to the spirit of Christmas, and especially when we have an area that's starting to boom as a tourist location, family location. We have lots of families come down from Rocky, and I just can only see as it being a good thing that will be just another place where people can come as families and enjoy our beautiful waterfront or wherever it might be.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else speaking against the motion? Anyone else for? Councillor Friend?
Thank you. I'm actually for this notice of motion because at this time we're just seeking out the costings, and this is important, and it would be great for consideration once we have those costings and how much it would cost to maintain this tree and purchase this tree. So we may decide against it once we receive those costings, but because this notice of motion is not us actually asking for a tree, but we are just seeking out costings, I don't mind going ahead with this.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Bello? No. No? All right. Okay, we'll close debate on this one. So we have a mover in Councillor Hutton and a seconder in myself that council seek out costings for the purchase and maintenance of a Shire Christmas tree, with these to be considered as part of the 21-22 budget process. All in favour? Those against? Okay, Councillor May that wishes her vote to be recorded. Against? Justine? All right, so it brings us to 11.8, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to fireworks optimisation. So, having read the recommendation, councillors, are there any, before we go to debate, any questions of Councillor Hutton? No? Okay. So
I do have a question through the chair. Councillor Hutton, Livingstone Shire Council were supposed to put on fireworks for this New Year's Eve. Because of the weather situation, and we weren't sure whether it was going to have storms or rain or what have you, it's now been changed to Easter time. Were you aware that this was a one-off fireworks display?
I was aware that it was funded from the operational budget as a one-off fireworks display, yes.
okay, any other questions?
Yes, Mr Chair, to the councillor. Council seek out community partners to provide complementary events. What are complementary events?
I'd refer the good councillor to the background provided as part of the notice of motion. Complementary events such as twilight markets, entertainment programs, maybe films on a big screen, promoting additional outdoor dining or ideas beyond all add economic and additional community wellbeing. I don't profess to know all complementary events that you could provide, but those were some examples that I provided as background to the motion.
Just a further question. Were you looking at having these fireworks at these other events as well?
I think, Mr Mayor, in debate I may answer that question more.
I think we'll go to that in debate,
right,
because the councillor can talk to that when he speaks to his motion. All right, so we'll go to mover in a second, please. Councillor Hutton will be moving. Can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Bello. All right, Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor and councillors. Fireworks are a fantastic incentive to draw out crowds and bring them people together. However, my personal belief is that when fireworks are used by themselves, there's a missed opportunity there to do other activities which provide a longer term period of entertainment or a program of economic fundraising through markets, through whatever. Council council operationally made a decision to provide fireworks on New Year's Eve. This unfortunately was unable to occur, but has been rebooked, I believe, for Easter. Now, with the provision of fireworks, you bring a crowd together, and the best thing you can do when you bring a crowd together is you provide opportunities for them to engage or to be involved. Now, it may be that when we have a set of fireworks going off at Glenlee in Easter, it may just be that in the park nearby there are a small set of twilight markets that people can enjoy, so that, you know, instead of the firework display of less than 10 minutes being the event itself, but it's part of something bigger. It may be that council has its community education van there and that community officers there are doing consultation or educating on some of the work that's being done in different spaces. Fireworks are a fantastic opportunity to bring people together, and I just thought, having missed the ability to do these without anything else related to New Year's Eve because of the weather, if we are going to invest the community's funds in providing fireworks displays at Easter, let's have a look to see if there's complementary events that could be aligned with these occurrences, so that something that becomes a 10-minute activity in a person's day might be something that, we go buy fish and chips and go sit down on the beach and listen to some music prior to the fireworks. Or maybe it's an opportunity for you to be encouraged to go out to Bell Park and maybe just go for a wander around, and I don't know what it looks like, but the opportunity's there to make fireworks, instead of a one-off 10-minute activity that people enjoy, to make it part of something that's bigger, that has economic returns to the community, but also provides an enhanced well-being. I'm not seeking to diminish what council's already tried to do, but rather to enhance it, and that's where, optimising the investment that we're making of however much money it is, let's see if we can make it produce more for the community rather than just the joy on our faces, even though it might be a lot of fun as well.
Okay, is anyone speaking against the motion?
Through the chair, I'm going to be speaking against this motion for this reason. The council seek out community partners. Community partners. I completely understand what Councillor Hutton has said. But being a one-off firework display, to give the community after COVID something, such a little thrill within the new year, when typically there's nothing happening on New Year's Eve within Livingstone at this time, was just something to give back to the community at that point, not taking away the fact that the weather wasn't suitable and they've had to be rebooked. However, in seeking out community partners, to me, that kind of sounds that as we move forward and we start to seek community partners, then fireworks will be part of our budgetary constraints moving into the future, and that worries me. One, I would like to see more laser lighting shows than fireworks, and two, I believe that if there is that extra funding or finance that we can put on a fireworks display in the future, great. But to actually seek out community partners sounds to me that it would be ongoing, that community partnerships would be approaching council to then fund their future fireworks displays. And to me, that kind of opens up a can of worms. So this is why I'm against this at this time.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking for it? Councillor Lynch? You're against, okay. Anyone for Councillor? Okay, no? Yeah. Councillor Bello.
I'll speak in support of it. But council seek out community partners to provide complementary events aligned with dates, locations for council-sponsored firework displays. To really keep it as simple as I can, I look at that and I don't see that it stipulates, 10 fireworks a year, 5 fireworks a year. It's in the event that council determine that they are going to have a fireworks display. So at that point, when somebody makes a decision that we're going to have fireworks, assuming they've got the authority to do that, whether it be once a year or once every 20 years, whatever it is, this would be trying to add value to that experience by virtue of seeking community partners. Whether that's the Lions Club, whether it's corporate sponsorship, to not just provide a little thrill, which fireworks can do, but provide a bigger thrill. So it's not committing anything above and beyond that, and therefore I find it quite easy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Is anyone speaking against it? Councillor Lynch.
I think what you're saying is really wonderful, I really do, but again, if we have to align those community partners with the fireworks, and if that fails, where does that leave us? So I look at, honestly, fireworks is an event in itself, and there is no doubt about it. New Year's Eve, was a buzz of excitement, and I can honestly say the amount of people that had come to me and say, what a shame the fireworks went on, because it was going to bring a lot of joy. I see a fireworks event as a standalone event, and I would love to see something moved forward in, like you say, a Liza light show or light boxes. I don't know if any of you have heard of Vivid Sydney. Now, Vivid Sydney is a standalone event with fireworks, and it lights up the whole town, and I would love to see that brought through the whole Shire. Like, that's something that we could look at. I know that might be a cost, but that could be just a standalone event, and that would just bring the people out, and then, you know, it's not aligning ourselves with any community group in case that fails. So in that regards, that's why I'm for it, but against. Sorry. You know what I mean.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Anyone for the motion, please?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll just quickly speak for the emotion. The motion, not the emotion. Even though it's getting quite emotional. Yeah, look, I do believe that something like New Year's Eve, yes, fireworks on an occasion like that are a standalone event. Ordinarily though, fireworks are often wasted if they are left on their own without some sort of backing show, so to speak. And whilst I certainly aren't for having fireworks, you know, every second month, I think it's one of those things where less is more. I certainly think that if we can partner and have something on when we do have them on, I think it's going to be beneficial to the whole community, and it can actually create some sort of atmosphere that can be enjoyed by all, and not just children.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather.
I think it's been said that a one-off event, the big New Year's Eve party, is one that people look forward to. They come from all areas to see it happen. And little children are in awe of this magic in the sky. And of course parents are a bit that way themselves. When you have them more often, it does detract from the real main event. But not only detract, what I find that although we'd like to provide a whole lot of nice things to the public, we can't waste money on what we think is nice. And this isn't just a budgetary thing. And when the time comes to do our budget, there's going to be hair pulling in it, I can tell you that right now, because there are things that we really want, that we feel the public really needs. And we're going to have to decide between one over a whole lot of other things that are worthy. So I'm saying think ahead a little bit here. While we can put on a wonderful display at a particular time of year when people know that, at least expect that that will happen, let's not demean from that and spend money through the year when we know that we can offset that by other ways. We can still provide the functions, but not the fireworks. I'd have to stress enough that when we come to budget, all these little things, $2,000 there, $5,000 somewhere else, they're going to add up faster than you can count. I'm just saying be mindful of it, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else speaking for the motion? Anyone against? All right, well, I'll offer my comments to Councillor Hutton. I applaud your bringing this to the table, Councillor Hutton. I have two concerns with it, and perhaps you can assuage my concerns. One is, I believe this locks us into using community partners if we're going to have a fireworks display. There are times when I would actually like to think that council itself could organise some ancillary or supportive activity to fireworks. So if this is going to exclude council from being part of the organisation of the event or the event itself, I would have difficulty supporting it. And secondly, I'm also following the same line of thought as Councillor Lynch and Councillor Friend in that in designating this specifically for fireworks. I like the idea of laser shows. I mean, I was at Rockhampton year before last when they had the river fire on the light stage, laser light stage on the river, which was absolutely stunning. I mean, on a calm day offshore here, that would be just awesome as well. So I guess, Councillor Hutton, in your summation, if you would like to address those issues or whatever, I'll be very grateful. Thank you. On that note, I'll ask Councillor Hutton to sum up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I think one of the pressing items is that in all the events that we've discussed, in Vivid, in Riverfire, there were community partners, there were other events, there were markets, there were plays, there were performances, there's poetry occurring, there's debates in Sydney Town Hall, there's a whole range of parts that link in with the visual amenity that's provided through the laser light show, through the fireworks. Now, I can't deny that this particular motion was because I was aware that we had failed to light off, so to speak, with our New Year's Eve fireworks, and had seen on Facebook that council was to provide 3 events at Easter in 3 different communities on the same night at the same time. And I thought, well, if we've got the chance, why not find someone or partners? And the reason it says community partners is because I didn't think that you'd find one group who'd be doing all 3, but and either that all 3 communities might need the same thing. I mean, Keppel Sands will be having Crabtastic, or potentially will be having Crabtastic depending on COVID at around the same time. But I just think when you've got the opportunity, if you're going to be spending $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 on fireworks, why would you not seek to extend the economic return to the community? Now, on New Year's Eve in itself, we know the return was at the private businesses who, in anticipation, accepted bookings from people because they went, oh, well, we'll go have tea, then we'll see fireworks. And that's a fantastic return. We would have, the spend map software that you would approve today would have been able to show that this year versus last year would see a difference in that. I believe that my intent with this motion was not to lock us into providing fireworks for the next 10 years, 10 times a year, 1 time a year, whatever. But it was just to trigger a thought process that when we are going to do fireworks, and like I suggested, it may be that council has our van up at Glenlee Park with a family movie on that night. But we may then ask the Caves Lions Club to come and do the popcorn or drinks for us because it's not something that we particularly want to be providing the manpower for, or that we don't have the staff. It may be that we talk to the Surf Lifesaving Club at Emu Park about doing some sort of display in Bell Park when we're having the fireworks, so that again they might be able to attract nippers and other people to become part of their organisation. I don't know what complementary events necessarily look like, but I think we should be open, and when we're saying, hey, we're going to invest our money in putting on fireworks, which will last for a maximum of 10 minutes unless you're spending more than $15,000, which I can't imagine council is on any one display. If we're going to bring people together, let's not waste that. Let's see this as an opportunity to actually build upon what council's doing. I don't wish to take away council's ambition and council's present for the community, but knowing that we are going to spend this money at Easter, it is going to be spent on these fireworks, let's see if we can enhance the return both economically as well as in the well-being to our community by seeking out community partners, because I don't think there's one partner who will do it all, but see if there's anyone in these communities that might be able to provide complementary events, or maybe would assist us provide complementary events which make them more valuable to the community than 10 minutes of things going bang in the air. One of my proudest moments, and it's a little bit off topic, but is I've been Pinefest chairman 5 years out of the last 10, and not once have I increased the money on fireworks, because I think fireworks it's watching money fly up in the air and burn very quickly. But what we have every year is enhance what we put on around the fireworks to make sure that people who come have a reason to stay, a reason to enjoy themselves, and that the benefit to the community is greater because of the investment that's made. And I thought that council would like to have a trigger to at least think the same.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. All right, I think it's that time, councillors. We'll conclude debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Bello, that council seek out community partners to provide complementary events aligned with dates/locations for council-sponsored fireworks displays. All right, so those in favour? Okay, those against? The motion is lost. Alright, so we're on 11.9, councillors. This is a notice of motion from Councillor Flynn. It's in relation to amendments to the local law number 2, taking measure, 11 Sheffield. So before we go to debate on this, councillors, are there any questions in Councillor Flynn's in relation to the notice of motion?
Question I have, Mr Chair, through you, it's not so much to Councillor Friend, but to our acting CEO. Is there anything, any alarm bells or flags that would prevent us from doing this? Any major repercussions or any major concerns that you would have, or from the local law department, Mr CEO?
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Through the chair, I guess, yeah, as councillors are aware, consultants have been appointed to undertake the review of the local laws, the full suite of local laws. That will undergo a full community engagement consultation process, as well as the formal notification process that has to undergo as well. I guess the issue or the concern with doing things such as this in isolation is it starts to lead to some confusion in the community around why you're doing this when you're doing something in a greater picture over there. It can divert resources away because obviously it's not as simple as just saying, well, we change these words. You've got to go through the formal process. You've got to do liaison, state interest checks with the state government, etc. So officers are doing that in addition to doing the other body of work in their review. And I guess it's also doing something without necessarily knowing what the general community is wanting. So this could be a result of 1 or 2 people. We have a population of 38,000. Does that reflect all of them? And is it better off being considered as part of that bigger overall review of local laws? We look at everything in totality. So not looking at something in isolation to what are all these components over here and how do they all come together as part of the overall regulatory framework.
Certainly, I have a question, even though it's my notice of motion, Mr Mayor. I have a question to the acting CEO. With the review of the local laws that are about to embark, when will they be completed? What timeline will that take?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, we have appointed the consultants and then there'll be a review process and then it's a public consultation. So I haven't got a hard and fast line, but it is a thorough process to review the demands of local law. So the process has started and then it's just about defining all the local laws that are under consultation. So it will be quite a review process. So that's with any local law. Approximately 6 months, Councillor, I can find a bit more definition there, but again, it's what the consultants come back in, it is the scope of work.
So,
Who are you asking it of, councillor?
Well, seeing Dave's answering the questions, he might know the answer. Through you, Mr. No, I've forgotten the question. Well, if you have any insight into what is being proposed during the amendments or review, do you know, if you don't know, that's fine, whether that will cover what's intended here in this document?
The review is for all local laws, possible laws. So
Because this is a specific matter
based on
yes, a number of complaints that the person feels that they've been targeted. We need to make sure that that concept that's coming up now is going to take these concerns into consideration.
Yes, exactly.
So I'd just put it back to the mover, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank
Whether
you.
they think that would be satisfactory for the moment to let this lie on the table until those the proposed local laws come out to see if it's covered. Otherwise, I'd be happy to go ahead with this today, but if it's not going to get support, we really need to make sure that it marries up with what's being proposed.
certainly. I'm definitely going to move ahead with this. If, as Dave said, it may take up to 6 months for this particular review to be undertaken, I would like to know for a fact that this will be taken into consideration within those local laws and get the process started, taking into consideration what Mr. Batiste said earlier. I believe it was Mr. Batiste or the acting CEO in relation to the actual procedure that it takes. It was, I beg your pardon, it was Mr. Massafari who said it, what it takes to get these amendments made under the subordinate local law is a little bit of back and forth between the state but this has come to my attention not just through one person but many people in relation to the area of Glendale, which is one of our northern suburbs. And so I'd like to move forward with this, and when necessary I'd like to move it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other questions of Councillor Friend before we go to debate on this one? All right, so Councillor Friend, you're moving this. Can I get a seconder, please?
Yes.
Councillor Mather? All right. Yes. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, my fellow councillors. So currently on any property, our subordinate local law 2, Schedule 2, requires that any property with less than 20,000 square metres is required to obtain a permit for keeping more than perhaps more than one of the following livestock animals: sheep, goat, miniature goat, alpaca, llama, miniature horse, donkey, cow, bull, or more than 20 birds, non-nuisance. This notice of motion actually seeks to have this threshold and restriction on the animal owners lowered to 16,000 metres squared. Properties between 4 acres and 5 acres in all of Livingstone localities are subject to obtaining a specified animal permit. And mostly I've been approached by people from Glendale, and having purchased these properties between 4 and 5 acres in this locality, feel that it's unfair that close by neighbours who have perhaps 1,000, 2,000 or 3,000 more square metres are not required to hold this permit. So Glendale is actually a mix of large acreage blocks, and with the occasional block with an area less than 20,000 square metres or 5 acres. And often these do adjoin larger blocks and open spaces, nature reserves such as Sondrelina Park and Belmont Creek. And so what I've requested here is for this to be taken into consideration, that these people purchased these properties probably many years ago, and they're hoping for this semi-rural lifestyle, not to graze cattle, not to have a sheep run, but just to have a couple of different areas of livestock, maybe a couple of miniature horses, etc. And in my notice of motion, you'll see that I've given some further comparisons and some examples from close by councils and coastal councils who are our neighbours. So what I'm asking is that this is taken into consideration, that we do amend this subordinate local law, and which would definitely benefit the residents of one of our northern suburbs, Glendale in particular. And I'd really hope that this council can show that the people of these northern suburbs that we're listening to them, and that we care about what they have to say, and that we can show them that we can do the right thing by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Is anyone speaking against the motion? Oh, and Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against the motion? Would anyone else like to speak for it? Councillor Mather.
People who took advantage of that, taking one block off, selling it off. I thought it was a terrible idea because there's no plan for the estate. There was no plans where the roads or easements were going to be. It was a scramble. So you had some people who took off an acre, other people who didn't. So you had anything from 2 to 7 acres, and in amongst that you've got 1 acre lots cut off here, cut off there. It was an absolute nightmare. And then in Council Ennis wisdom said, no, that doesn't work, let's go back. So now you've got all this inconsistent lots, and you've got local laws that are inconsistent with the size of those lots, and that's what we're trying to fix. And that's what these people have been caught up in, and that's what we've got to fix. And what they're asking is reasonable, and I believe it's not only fair, but it's necessary, because it's been a nightmare for them because they've had to do annual permits every year, when other places who are only probably 50 metres wider or 30 metres wider don't have that same impost. So they have been victimised because of our scrambling of planning schemes over the years. So until you learn where it's come from, you'll never understand where we're going. So what we have to do now is to take everything into consideration so that all of these people can be accommodated. And I don't want to end up with a situation like we did over at Oliver State, where we ended up with a horse in 1 acre lot. It might seem, oh, that's nice, but when you've got the people downstream who've got the manure with the rain and the flies, they couldn't go on their patio, and then another horse turned up in the same paddock, then it was on. Yes, well, that's right. The local law said we could. Well, this is why we have to be very mindful of the history, because then when we're amalgamated with Rockhampton, all of Lake Creek down that area, they could have a horse in 1 acre, and we got thrown into that lot.
Potentially create.
What we have to be mindful
of. So you
of.
need to be understanding of every action has a reaction.
I understand
you need to
that.
fully comprehend what that
I
means.
totally understand that, and that's why we have to be very careful and have knowledge input into what's going to happen. We just need to be fair. Don't impact on neighbours, and that's what we did have before. So we've got that situation sorted out, but there was a lot of heartache involved. There's a lot of heartache that's gone into this one as well, and the correction of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the motion?
Not speaking against, but I'd like to move a procedural motion that this matter lay on the table to allow our local law officers to provide their response to the potential actions and reactions of this. I don't feel real confident to make a decision at this point, and I feel I'd be probably just making a decision because I have to, but I don't feel confident that I fully comprehend the potential ramifications of making a decision now. So I'd be putting that in a procedural for the council to consider.
All right, then we'll deal with the procedural motion first. Okay. So you're moving, Councillor Bello, the procedural motion?
Yeah, procedural motion. That
this matter lay on the table?
To allow us to have a more in-depth consideration, but at a upcoming briefing session, as the CEO has touched on,
all right.
For the benefit of all councillors.
Okay, all right. Does everyone understand the procedural motion? Justine, you caught up with us? Yeah. Okay. So you just lay on the table pending a report to a future briefing session. Okay, just we'll change the wording there to get rid of the A before the future to the earliest possible future briefing session. Everyone clear on that, councillors?
That motion still lies dormant. in the background.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. All right. Okay. Just making sure I understand it now. All right. So we've got Councillor Bello moving the procedural motion. All right. All in favour? Those against? Did you wish your vote recorded, Councillor?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Happy to move on?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon me. So we're up to 11:10, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to a percentage for the arts. So before we go to debate again, the process councillors, any questions for Councillor Hutton on his notice of motion?
Through the chair, Councillor Hutton, could you give us a little bit more information what you mean by percentage for the arts when we currently do give out, as you've mentioned in your background, RADF and other grant funding to the arts in our community? I'm not sure where you're going, that's all.
Yep, so where the percentage for the arts comes from, it's a concept in regards to infrastructure charges. So just as we collect a percentage of infrastructure charges relating to parks and gardens, we collect a percentage in regards to sewage and water treatment. It would be a similar, now I'm not expecting that it's going to be anywhere near the quantities of those, it may be 0.5% or maybe 1%, but in other councils where it has occurred, depending on the quantum of the infrastructure charges package as a whole determines how much they collect, so that just as we collect funds to go towards worthwhile projects in the parks and garden space, we also collect funds to go towards artistic endeavours in community. And as I've put in the notice of motion, it's the potential to create a new recurrent revenue stream. So instead of it coming out of general revenue raised through rates of council, this means that as the Shire grows and infrastructure charges obviously are levied against new property, that it contributes to the growing arts community.
So it would be like an arts levy?
It would be considered as part of the infrastructure charges. So, but you know how the property we assessed earlier today had an infrastructure charge of $65,000. It may mean that of that $65,000, $500 went towards the art, or it may be that it was $1,000 of that $65,000 that was levied. So it's within the existing levy charges. Yes.
Councillor, does that mean that somebody else would have a shortfall? As in that?
I think it's worthy of that. These would be probably things that we'd look at as part of the discussion paper. It's whether you charge as an additional charge, so whether you include as an additional infrastructure charge that you levy, or whether you go that you're going to reduce by 0.5%, because you can only charge 100% infrastructure charge. Like, it's up to obviously council to make that decision. As to what the percentage is, what it looks like, I'm not sure, but being something that's worked very successfully in Western Australia and that some Victorian councils are now adopting, I thought instead of us drawing from general revenue for funding of projects like the Emu Park Gallery, the Yeppoon Gallery, if you had a funding source set aside to fund projects from the arts, you'd be able to have funding that goes towards those projects without having to draw on the general rates of the council and community. As a starting point, it may also be used in other communities for ephemeral art or projects that are not intended to last forever. So one community used it for placemaking in terms of like their their signage. So maybe the signage that we would look to do instead of being funded out of community funds of general rates would be from infrastructure charges that have been levied against developments as they develop.
All right, any other questions, councillors?
Just a question through to the CEO again, if I can, Mr. Chair. Is there any, in terms of categorising the elements of your infrastructure charge, is that up for altering, is it, or including or reducing, or, for example, could you include a sporting component of your infrastructure charge, or you know, what's the parameters around it? I guess I'm seeking advice on.
Through the chair, there are 5 categories: water, sewer, stormwater, transport, which is roads and pathways, and community. Now, community infrastructure is essentially open space and community facilities. Now, I've been out of that sphere for a while now, but my understanding from when I was in that area, that you could only use it for the land, you couldn't use it for embellishments, and I wouldn't think that you could take it to use on actual artwork or on the construction of the gallery. You could use it for the land, but not the gallery. That legislation may have changed since I was last playing in that area, so I'll wait and have that discussion with the strategic planning area. But I wouldn't have thought you could readily do that. But as I said, it's been probably 3 or 4 years since I've really played in that area.
And I guess that's one of the opportunities that getting a discussion paper would provide to us as some advice around how it would be like. It may say that it's better for us to do something else as opposed to doing this. But when I saw it, I thought, well, that's something that if Livingstone wants to invest, instead of it just being general rates, that...
Okay, so we'll go into debate. We'll have a mover, obviously, in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Right, so separate to what you've already articulated, Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your report in any further context?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've said enough.
Okay. Yes, possibly should have been, some of that should have been in debate, but we won't go there. All right, so anyone against the motion, please? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank the good councillor for trying. There's one thing he's good at, he's trying. And don't we all? Well, you win some, you lose some. And I've probably lost more than most over the years. I can't see the relevance to a levy and art in this format. There are grants available. There are donations available from time to time for special purposes. We've got a big art class in this shire, and it's hungry. It's obviously looking for ways to promote itself. But so are a lot of other services out there that need to be given attention. If you would, I think if this one were questioned as part of a condition of approval, I think it would be found wanting, because all conditions have got to be reasonable and they've got to be relevant. And I don't see any relevance to the relationship between the art and the development approval. Sure, we've got to have parks and gardens. Sure, we've got to have roads and water and sewage and all that. That all goes to it. If we put another levy on for arts, where does it stop? We've got to be transparent in what we do. And we've got to be fair in how we apply our funding. And I think it's a good try, but I don't think you'd be able to convince the pub talk.
Right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor Eastwood?
I will speak for this motion, in that it is a request for a discussion paper, and that's all. It's actually just putting it out there, chewing it over, having our officers have a look to see what we can and what we can't do. You know, ask any Italian whether Michelangelo was important. You know, the arts were really, really important, and whether we're in a small community or whether you're in the, you know, the Dome in Rome. You know, this is something that it gives a stamp to our community, and let's just have a look and find out what he said. I'm all for it.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else speaking against it? Anyone else wish to speak for it? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like us to explore this discussion paper, so I'll be voting for it. But what I'd like to know within this discussion paper is taking funds out of those infrastructure charges, well, that in turn then force council into increasing those infrastructure charges in the future. And this is something that is a worry to me. But as a discussion paper, and only a discussion paper, I'm happy to see what comes back to the table. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else speaking against? For? Anyone else wish to speak for it? Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Hutton to wrap up. Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
The Livingstone Community 2050 Plan, our art strategic policy, and ultimately I think the feedback that we as councillors and a community provide again and again is that for Livingstone we want livable neighbourhoods. Livable neighbourhoods have multiple qualities. They have good quality streets, they have nice sized blocks you can fit your house on, they also have green space, they have gardens and access to parks. But for our community it's also about aesthetics, and we know that, and that's some of the work that we've been looking at both with signage and in other spaces. Now in some places a percentage for the arts has actually meant that when developers are developing their property, they invest some of the funds that they invest in their property in actually making it look good by having, you know, quirky signage, or they might invest it by having art and sculpture in their developments itself, so that communities have differentiation and specialty and have livability factors beyond the regular. I don't know what it will look like for our community yet, but when the opportunity, knowing that we've invested in hard infrastructure, knowing that we invest quite often in soft infrastructure in the art space, seeing an opportunity for us to at least discuss a recurrent revenue stream that's outside of what we currently have, outside of taking money from general rates to fund the continuation of artistic endeavours in our community, I thought it was worthy of our look. As I've said before, I don't have all the answers, and I think it's quite a recurring feature of these notices of motion that councillors are raising questions. The questions get answered by getting the paper written or by getting the investigation to occur. So I'd encourage councillors to support having the discussion paper, because the answers that we seek, that sounds like that ad from TV, in seeking answers, we're not going to find it by voting down a discussion paper. We're going to find it by having a read of the discussion paper and the advice of experts and the examples that are given by other places. The reason again that it's here at this time of year is because if it was to have a consequence for our infrastructures and charges, which are adopted as part of a budget process, we really need to have it in that space. Again, I haven't set a time frame as to when I wanted it to return, because understanding the impact on staffing, while I believe that a good draft of a policy or of a discussion paper may already be on the hard drive of a particular officer who's currently on leave for a special purpose, we may be able to get something brought to the table so that we can consider it in due course and plan for the future. But I'd commend it to the table.
Okay, councillors, we have a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood, that council request a discussion paper on the opportunity for Livingstone to adopt a percentage for the arts policy as part of the 2021-22 budget deliberations. Those in favour, please. Those against? Okay, do you wish your vote recorded, councillor? Councillor Mather wishes her vote recorded. Against? All right, carried. Okay, that brings us to 11 councillors, which is a notice of motion. Try that again. Notice of motion from myself in relation to the multi-storey car park. I'll draw your attention, councillors, to the recommendation, and that is that firstly, council considers closing the top level of the multi-storey car park from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Those particular times are indicative, not necessarily cast in stone. It was a discussion point, I guess. In order to reduce the level of miscreant behaviour occurring on the site, and two, request council's officers to provide a report on the operational and logistical requirements necessary to close the top level of the multi-storey car park during these hours. Now, the second bit is reliant on the first point. So if you're not prepared to consider it, we won't even go to the second bit, obviously. So the background to this, councillors, is that from anecdotal evidence, conversations with a number of business people, and conversations that the acting Executive Director of Livability and Wellbeing and I had with Queensland Police a fortnight ago, Dave, wasn't it? This area is becoming problematic for miscreant behaviour. There are hooning behaviour up there. Anecdotally, we suspect there may be some other more serious illegal activities going on up there that potentially are drug related. So the suggestion was made that this area, or council consider looking at closing off this area during the hours that these types of activities more typically occur. What's happening is quite often the poor behaviour is being reported to police after hours. They will leave the police station, but these people on the top level of the car park have spotters, and they note that the police car is leaving the police station, and that gives them sufficient time to vacate the premises. So we have the ability, councillors, to, I guess, prevent some of this behaviour from happening on what is a significant council asset, and sending a message to the perpetrators of these miscreant activities, I'll call them that, send them a clear message that council isn't prepared to accept that type of behaviour. So, and I beg your pardon, but I've actually gone straight into debate, but without calling for a mover and a seconder. But I'll go to, I'll move this obviously, and I'll go for a seconder if I can. Thank you, Councillor Lynch. So, councillors, I'm happy to answer any questions or attempt to answer any questions on this.
Thank you to you, Mr. Mayor. Is there already a roller door attached to that top level? I believe that there is, yeah, and it can be locked.
Yes, there is. There's a roller door. One of the other issues in terms of that top level of the car park too is that police vehicles, or the standard police vehicles, can't get up there. They're too high. The vehicles themselves, the paddy wagons, etc., are too high. So for the police to gain access, they've got to take one of their sedans or one of their station wagons up there. Those are the only vehicles that fit. They can't take a paddy wagon up there.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. I can't understand that if they've got a lookout person up top to watch the police car leave the station, why don't they park downtown in an unidentified vehicle and walk across?
I guess because there's no knowledge of when these particular activities are going to occur.
Well,
Councillor.
what you do a stakeout for a week at a time. I'm the daughter of an old policeman and I know the tricks. But it's true. No, but I know that. Well, I've got an old policeman standing beside me here. You should know the tricks too. But yeah, you do. You do a stakeout. You wait. You sit and wait for them to come back, and they will.
Well, according to the information we have from the senior sergeant, is that they don't necessarily have the resources to be able to do stakeouts.
Well, you'll never get your crims if you don't have the resources. There
well,
we go again, the government department.
That's a secondary issue. It's another another issue that's under consideration. But I would dispute your comment, Councillor Eastwood. It actually is quite high on their list of priorities because they are trying to stamp this activity out. Oh. Okay, so councillors, I'm not going to, I've already in essence delivered my address on this one, so happy to answer any other questions or receive any other comments.
Any questions, Chair, to you is the Appoon Police are obviously across this and they're supportive of it and would see this as part of assisting their efforts to try and address the issue. So it's going to actually complement the strong effort that they're already putting in with the limited resources they've got. This would be a benefit to them.
That's the feedback we've had from the senior sergeant.
Yeah, I imagine that the car park doesn't get used much to the top level at that time of night either. Would that be true?
I don't have data on that, Councillor Eastwood, but we can probably get that.
Just another thought. Question. If they don't have the resources, why can't they second a couple of officers from somewhere else for a short period of time? They can do that. If there's a problem, if there was a burning problem in one area, they can do that. But I can't see why they can't pick these people up with the staff they've got. If their resources are used properly, that's simple.
Well, their resources are stretched, councillor, and if you cast your mind back to the recent, I beg your pardon, spate of break-ins, the police were initially deflected to a fire that they believe was deliberately started at Tarangabar to decoy them or deviate them from what the criminal activity going on in town. So they they are a 24-hour station in a sense. They do have staff there after hours, but it's a skeleton staff, and they don't have enough to be able to cover everything. I beg your pardon again. That's going on in the Shire. So if we can provide some sort of assistance to them to prevent this sort of behaviour, then that's what I'm proposing.
Got two more quick questions. Does Brittany know about this?
Brittany, I have had a conversation with, I believe I've had a conversation with the local member. Oh, certainly around resources. She is aware that I've written to the Minister seeking further police resources.
And the last question, if the roller door will prevent vehicles from getting up there, do pedestrians have any other means of clinging to walls and climbing around that roller door?
I'm going to go to the Acting Executive Director on this one, if you can perhaps answer that one, Mr Mazzafarri.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and I caught up with the manager for our facility and had a discussion about this, and that's why I believe part two of the resolution is so important. It is achievable. It's achievable due to you can lock the top of the door and also lock the elevator. So it is doable. To answer your question, nothing in the world is going to stop people from scrimmaging around.
That's what I thought.
But most of the activities that we've been made aware of through the QPS is it is vehicle activity. So that would eliminate that aspect of it.
Councillor Hutton, did you have a question before?
I did, and my question was more in regards to, like, I was thinking next steps. Should we close off the car park? Do we have sufficient CCTV or whatever on the next level down? The only benefit of the top level is that there is some visibility from the street level of what's going on up there, where that next level down is quite hidden and unable to be seen from the outside. So if they were to just simply go onto the second floor, are we looking at putting up the CCTV trailer in that area to try and provide, and I'm sorry to be quite operational about this, but that probably should be a consideration, is what do we do to the second floor so that it's not just that they move from the top floor where we may see them to the second floor where we definitely can't see them.
Good point, Councillor. That was what I was hoping to get out of part two. The officers will bring back the information around that for us to think about.
Just a quick question in regards to the roller door. Is that operated manually, or is it by, can someone from their office close it, or you have to shut it manually?
No. All right. Any other comments or questions, councillors? All the report or the motion is asking for is your consideration of this firstly, and then secondly, if you're prepared to entertain it, then we'll get the officers to provide a report and bring it back to us.
Question, I don't know where this fits in. Can we have discussion around the open and close time? Will they go?
Absolutely. I mean, I would think that will be part of the report as well, because we'll need some statistics on vehicle movements and that sort of thing.
Because I'm thinking 10's probably too late. I would have liked to change amendment of the time to like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I don't see the need to have it open to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, happy to I mean, I'm sure the officers will bring that information back to us.
Question, does it get used in the evening like that, 5 o'clock onward?
Generally speaking, the top floor doesn't until it starts to get a bit of activity, or the type of activity that is concerning me.
And so there's a room in the middle section to you, yeah, well, we could close
Generally, the lower floor
close it before dark.
is adequate for night times, but sometimes it spills up to that middle level. But
yeah.
And possibly just look at leaving it open on big events like your Australia Day and, you know, Carol's.
Once we've caught them.
You actually caught them too.
Could I suggest, councillors? I was about to say, could I suggest, councillors, that right now it's the intent that's the important part, because this is only consideration at this stage and you're requiring a report back from council. So I would argue that right now it says 10 till 5, that's fine, that's the starting point, and the report will come back with alternatives. It will look at what the implications are at 10, what's the implication at a 6 o'clock or an earlier for councillors. So I don't think you need to commit yourself at this stage.
But how long, Mr. Acting CEO, how long before we get that back? Because, I mean, it's time that's going on now while we're waiting for the next meeting to take place. Couldn't we do it now? I mean, once this motion goes through, can't we?
That recommendation, council, is not about doing it now. That recommendation is about giving consideration to it and having a report to inform that consideration.
Well, if there's going to be consideration given to it, I'm happy to take point 1 out. You can just basically leave it as a council requests officers to provide a report on the operational and logistical requirements necessary, etc., etc.
If we did it,
The first bit will go out altogether. During these hours. Yeah, during the evening hours. Yeah.
do we need a report? Can we just instruct the officers to close it? During.
We need to understand what the implications are and the options are, I think.
Well, I guess if you're waiting for the report, you might as well keep one in because they go together then. I thought we could do it straight away.
Well, I'm happy with that as it is at the moment. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, firstly, is the intention a precursor to the question? As part of the digital transformation project that was undertaken in Beeman Park, I know that Sonia and another officer went around the CBD asking members of the business community where their cameras face to make sure that the places we put our cameras would increase the space, not be duplicating the existing space. So is the intention to use that same sort of frame of having the map of where existing coverage is to make sure that we're adding to coverage, or are we seeking to strengthen coverage by crisscrossing over it? Yeah. Okay, adding to coverage. And then the second question is, where did the particular 6 CCT cameras come from?
Council, point 2 there is kind of moot because in the same conversation the acting executive director and I had with Queensland Police in relation to the car park, we did discuss CCTV cameras as well. I understand that prior to that meeting was that it might be incumbent on the council to create a monitoring station. But Mr. Acting Director, the strong view I got from that meeting was that the police would like to be Queensland Police Station.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, there is work in progress to put a computer monitor already in the police station, and they can monitor that when they're coming and going and after IT are kind of doing some work just to tidy up the logins and everything there. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayor, the meeting I felt saying that they would love to have the capability to look at it there. They're not going to have to be able to monitor it because they're out of control, but it's just those opportunities to look up and find out who is going on that would be monitored.
So potentially, councillors, point 2 of this recommendation can dissolve.
So the police are quite happy to have the monitoring provisions at their end,
You know, it'd save
like
us a
they
lot
do
of
in
money.
Rockhampton.
Yeah, it'd save us a lot of money.
Yeah, yes, that's how it should be. Because they can respond.
Correct.
They can respond immediately.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Are there any cameras in our CBD at the moment?
Yes, there are. There's a
Okay.
number of cameras.
Yeah, it's all right.
Right, so councillors, I'm proposing that point 2 there be removed. And so just to add a bit of information, councillors, our own staff have finished the fibre optic network around the CBD, which will allow us now to successfully install additional cameras, and you know, we'll obviously identify the best locations for those, but you know, anecdotally they could be extended further up James Street to the Megalania corner, or they could be essentially placed, or have additional ones placed on the foreshore for greater security down there after hours.
Just know where the hotspots are. They'll be the best value.
Indeed, councillor. Yeah.
Excuse my ignorance in regards to the CCT cameras. Are they stationary or they're sensor driven? Do they move around and pick up?
No, my understanding, Mr. Acting Director, is that they're fixed, but they do have a reasonably wide angle. Yeah. Obviously, I'm moving this one, and Councillor Hutton is seconding. Thank you. I think I've said enough, councillors, so I'm just going to put it to the vote if everyone's happy with that, unless there's any other questions. All in favour? Thank you. Against? Carried unanimously. And really, it's just about including that for budget deliberations again, councillors. All right, so that's 11:12 done. Well, I'm going to urgent business if there's any, councillor, and then we go to the closed session for confidential.
Just a question to the acting CEO. Just going back to the Glendale one, the CEO. Sorry. Just put your thinking cap on at the moment. I won't put you on the spot here. But going back to December meeting, I submitted a letter from the Glendale resident, the subject of our discussion today, and that was never recorded in the minute. we might need to go back and have another look at that, but it needs to be recorded somewhere that we've actually received it. Yes. My understanding is that yes, yes. Was yes. So you say it doesn't need to be recorded? Okay, I know I raised it in urgent business because that was the only place I had, even though nobody was dying at the time. That was the slot I chose at the time. So you say the law says that we don't have to.
That is correct, councillor. So petitions are received,
Yeah,
but
yes.
correspondence isn't. Correspondence is treated as all correspondence.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, we'd probably end up with councillors coming in with a saddlebag full of letters to hand across and
No, I
an
don't
answer be
usually
full
do
of that
that.
rather than, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, welcome back to the open session, and welcome back to those members of our community who've persevered with us on live stream today. The final agenda item, councillors, relates to the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer. Before we go into any debate about this, I'll just make some preliminary comments. This appointment has come about following a lengthy nationwide recruitment process, and we were ably assisted by the firm leading roles in the appointment of the CEO, and would also like to acknowledge their efforts as well as the efforts of the councillors in the numerous and sometimes robust meetings we've had in relation to this appointment. And councillors, I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of the acting Chief Executive Officer at the moment, Brett Bacon. His performance as acting CEO over the last almost, 12 months now, Mr. Acting CEO? Yeah. Has been outstanding, to say the least, and he has guided us through some difficult times, and I would just like to formally acknowledge his contribution to this organisation and his contribution in the role of acting CEO. So on behalf of Council, Mr. Bacon, thank you so much. So councillors, the recommendation before us was drafted to be very vague in that we resolved to appoint the preferred applicant because we didn't want necessarily to blast the name over the airwaves and therefore cause the successful applicant, or the preferred candidate I should say, any angst in terms of media attention before that's due. So we're in a position now to be able to name the preferred candidate. So the resolution will change, Justine, to that pursuant to section 194 of the Local Government Act Queensland 2009, Council resolves to appoint Mr. Cale Dendall, C-A-L-E, Dendall, to the position of Chief Executive Officer of Livingstone Shire Council, subject to the formal execution of the employment contract as offered for the position. So councillors, there are, I don't think, any questions in relation to this, so we'll go to debate on it if that's okay.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Moved, Councillor
Move the
Mather.
recommendation.
Okay. Have a seconder, please. Councillor Eastwood. All right. So, Councillor Mather, would you like to speak to your recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation that pursuant to section 194 of the Local Government Act of Queensland 2009, Council resolves to appoint the preferred applicant, being Mr. Cale Dendall, to the position of Chief Executive Officer of Livingstone Shire Council, subject to the formal execution of the employment contract as offered for the position.
Did you wish to speak to that any further, Councillor?
Yes, just very briefly, Mr. Mayor. This is a process that councillors have not been in position to experience in the past. We've adopted a recommendation from a decision made by other entities, but this one the whole council took part in, and I'd have to say I'm very proud and privileged to be part of a team which has been not only so well behaved and considerate of all of the circumstances that we've had to face this last few weeks, but I'm just proud of them as people and colleagues. Out of the, I think, 40 candidates, we had applicants from most parts of Australia. Very high quality candidates. It was a difficult and a very prolonged process to choose the best candidate to fit the philosophies and our future direction of this Shire. And I can only say that time will tell. The new CEO will have his work cut out, He has many challenges, not with one being the table, because we've all got our own thoughts, our own opinions, and certainly our own desires. So he'll have some work ahead of him to keep us all happy. But I'd like to also thank Mr. Brett Bacon for steering our ship for the past 12 months, because it's been a very, very muddy waters, very turbulent seas. And the journey has been a little rough from time to time, but again, we've all held our heads high and come through this. And I'm very proud to be part of all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Not so much speaking against as such, because there are reasons that I'm unable to state publicly without compromising council or the candidate. But my fervent hope is that we have gained a very proficient candidate for CEO, and that this person will definitely choose to become involved with our community.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for the appointment? Councillor Lynch?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely look forward to Cale taking on this role. He does have impeccable knowledge of local government for over the last 25 years. He's currently where he's employed. He's been there the last couple of years, but he was at Gladstone City Council for many years as a Director of Corporate and Community Services and Acting CEO. So he comes with a wealth of knowledge. He's committed to driving goals for responsibility to structure and delivery of the Livingstone Community Plan. He was committed to a 100-day plan in regards to organisational stability and development. He was a standout factor for me that he's committed to financial sustainability with a strategic and disciplined structure. What I like about Cale, he's known for his emotional intelligence, to engage management behaviour and bring about a positive workplace culture. He is a strategic thinker, he respects the democratic process and is known for his honest and authentic professional and personal attributes. I feel extremely confident that he is the right man for the position.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Anyone speaking against the appointment? Councillor Hutton?
I believe that the greatest act of transparency we can offer our community as elected members is to be frank and honest in why we vote and how we vote. And to that end, I seek to set the context for me in regards to the appointment of a CEO for the Livingstone Shire. Firstly, I would obviously thank the acting CEO, Brett Bacon, for his service and his dedication to not only nurturing and providing stability to our staff, but also the nurturing that he's provided to a brand new council table over these last 12 months. In turbulent waters of much change and things outside of our control, his calm demeanour, his manner, but also his experience as a holder of much institutional memory has been incredibly important for this community, and I think we'll look back on this period and our appreciation will only grow. So I thank him for the time, and I thank the staff for the time that they've given and the latitude that they've given both this new council in going through a process, but also in understanding that there are things that weren't always able to be easily discussed or sorted, and that things had to take the legislative process in place. It just, some things had to be done the way they were done, regardless whether it made us all feel good or whether it made us all, turn over on the inside. It's taken a lot of goodwill of our acting CEO, it's taken a lot of goodwill of the staff of this organisation, and it's also taken a lot of goodwill and trust of our community to know that council has always tried to do the best thing. It's always tried to make sure the steps it's taken has met both our legal obligations but also the welfare obligations for our organisation, our staff and our community. To that end, I think that all councillors past and present would agree that none of us would like to have had 3 CEOs in 7 years. And for many in our community, these are the sentiments that I've heard. We can't afford to get this wrong. Ultimately, we need to find the best fit for Livingstone. We do face challenges as a community, from boundary realignments to the Shoalwater Bay training area growth, to service level reviews, to economic sustainability, to the unexpected growth that's attached to the COVID epidemic, and it's the return of much tourism to our community. These are all challenges that we need to grow and face together. For our community, we all know that Livingstone as a council is in a period of consolidation, and I believe that that means that we need the best person for the job. Someone who'll protect that which is precious, serve our community as a whole, but also someone who can help us grow. Unfortunately, I don't personally believe that at the conclusion of this process here today, that's the conclusion that is drawn. For our council, I believe that we need experience, stability, and someone who can be a unifying force for our organisation. And again, unfortunately, I don't believe personally that this is the conclusion of the process here today. We as a council and as individual councillors had the opportunity to seek a larger consensus rather than a simple majority. And in a prior experience, that was the case, so I know that we could have done that again. However, unfortunately, I don't believe that that is the conclusion that we'll see here today. Regardless of my personal views as to whether we have got the best fit for Livingstone, I can only say to the prospective candidate and to ultimately someone who's likely to be our next CEO, that I do wish them great success in fulfilling the role, and I commit as an elected member to work with them as part of the council table and as part of the council organisation to try and do the best that we can do together for Livingstone, because our council as an organisation deserves it, our community of Greater Livingstone deserves it, and because we can't afford to lose a fourth CEO in 7 years or 8 years. We need to invest in making sure that the candidate is successful, and I'll do my darndest to try and provide that. But by the same token, I needed to be faithful to the community and faithful to the organisation in speaking and explaining why the decision that I make today is that I do. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking for the appointment? Thanks, Councillor Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors, and as seconder to the motion, I'm actually quite excited that we've actually making a decision to put on a new CEO. It's been a long and protracted affair, and I guess in some ways things mightn't have gone our way, but I'm confident that our choice will live up to expectations, and obviously only time will tell. I am committed, and I hope all council are going to be committed to enjoying the benefits of our new CEO and giving him our support. It is an exciting time, and I just hope that as we move forward, I guess in faith for the future, that we acknowledge, firstly, Brett, who's done such a fantastic job as our acting CEO, and secondly, as we look towards Dendal, and we give him as much support as we possibly can to guide this council and this region further forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, we'll go to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair and fellow councillors, members of the live stream. It's an honour and a privilege to participate in this process and put forward one vote on behalf of the community in making a decision as important as this, and I recognise that the magnitude of that after being here for 6 years, and I certainly endeavour to get it right. It's an interesting concept. How do you know you've got it right? How do you know when you get it wrong? And I think Theodore Roosevelt spoke about making the best decision or the second best decision in life, but the worst decision is making no decision at all. And so I may make the best decision here today, I may make the second best decision that I possibly can if I get it wrong. But I know that making no decision is not an option. So I make the very best decision I can based on the applicants that I've seen. But prior to moving into that, I do want to commend our acting CEO, Mr. Brett Bacon. For 6 years, I've been on council, and through that time I've always been impressed with the support that he has provided me throughout that time, and especially in the last 12 months in the acting role of CEO. And also, if I could ask Mr. Bacon to extend to the many staff that have been in acting roles as well, as they have made up what has been quite a difficult time for the organisation as a whole. People have stepped up, and they deserve to be acknowledged for that good work. There are a number of attributes that I have identified in Mr. Cale Dendall that I believe will be of benefit and of value to this organisation. The stability of having someone who is embedded in central Queensland, who has family in central Queensland and in Yeppoon itself, I believe is a much lower risk than accepting someone perhaps who lives in a faraway land or another state. So I look forward to how well Mr. Dendall, I believe, will interact within our community, and I have full confidence that he will. In terms of his professional capacity, I believe his history speaks for a very stable, almost no news is good news in terms of there isn't any smoke there from what I can, in my research, but a very capable and competent individual, and has had a period of time in the mining resources sector as 2 years out there, which is good to see people who are prepared to go outside of even their comfort zones and try different areas to broaden their expertise, broaden their experience. So I welcome the appointment of Mr. Cale Dendall. If in the event that is the way that the table supports, I look forward to working with him in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. So before we go to Councillor Mather to wrap up, I'll offer some comments. Thank you, councillors. Members of the audience will not know, but we actually shortlisted and interviewed 5 candidates in the end from over 40 applicants, as Councillor Mather alluded to earlier. Of the 5 candidates, the majority of these were experienced CEOs. All candidates, in our view, were capable of doing or performing the role of Chief Executive Officer. From a personal perspective, though, I was looking for someone who could do the extras above and beyond the role of CEO, the traditional role of CEO in terms of running the organisation from an operational point of view. I was looking for someone who was going to be able to assist us in progressing and developing things like the Community 2050 plan. My desire was also to have the CEO be a resident of our Shire. And so those things influenced, amongst some other things, my decision in relation to the appointment of this particular person, Mr. Cale Dendall. So I, at this stage, will welcome the vote just to see how this goes, and certainly if Mr. Dendall is appointed, I will welcome him and also be committed to working with him as well.
Division, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Mather, would you like to wrap up, please?
I think I've said it all, Mr. Mayor. I respect all of the councillors for their opinions and where they've come from to make the decision that they will in a moment. Thank them for their dedication and their patience. We are turning another sod in the history of the Livingstone Shire. I have every confidence with this table it will resolve to make it a very successful future. And I hand it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, so councillors, we're at the pointy end now, unless there's any other commentary, but we'll close debate and we'll go to the vote on this one. So everyone clear on the recommendation, the proposed resolution? All right. So I'll just... Yes, I heard you, councillor. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather and a seconder in Councillor Eastwood, that pursuant to section 194 of the Local Government Act Queensland 2009, council resolves to appoint the preferred applicant, being Mr Carl Dendel, to the position of Chief Executive Officer of Livingstone Shire Council, subject to the formal execution of the employment contract as offered for the position. A division has been called on this one, councillor, so I'll ask you to stand who is in support. Okay, so we have Councillor Mather, Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Lynch and Councillor Bello. Thank you, councillors. Those against? So Councillor Hutton, Councillor Ireland and Councillor Friend. Thank you, councillors. The motion is carried on that note, councillors, thank you for your attendance today. It's been a long day, but I think a fruitful one. And I'll officially close the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr.